Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sun dipped low over Prince Edward Island, casting its warm, golden hues across the rolling hills and fields that surrounded the charming village of Avonlea. A gentle breeze stirred the tall grasses, which swayed in rhythmic waves, their emerald green blades shimmering in the fading light. Among the scattered farmhouses nestled in the valley, Green Gables stood as a beacon of tranquility, a modest yet picturesque home with its whitewashed walls and green shutters that gleamed in the soft glow of the evening. The house was surrounded by flourishing gardens, where blossoms of every shade competed for attention, their sweet perfume wafting through the air. Matthew Cuthbert, a quiet and unassuming man with a kind heart and a gentle demeanor, set off from Green Gables on his journey to the train station. He was a man of few words, preferring the companionship of the land and the animals to the bustle of human conversation. The thought of venturing into the busier world beyond his farm was an unsettling one, but duty called. He and his sister, Marilla, had made the decision to adopt a boy from the orphanage to help with the labor on their farm, a sensible solution to the challenges of aging. The road to the station wound its way through a series of enchanting landscapes. Matthew's horse trotted steadily along the path, flanked by towering maple trees whose branches intertwined overhead, creating a natural cathedral of green. The leaves whispered secrets to one another, their soft rustling a soothing accompaniment to the clip-clop of the horse's hooves. The air was alive with the hum of insects and the occasional burst of birdsong, a gentle reminder of the vibrancy of the world around him. As he neared the station, Matthew's apprehension grew. He was not accustomed to dealing with strangers, let alone young boys, but he reassured himself that this was the right decision for Green Gables. The station came into view, a simple building with a wooden platform, its paint weathered by years of salt-laden breezes from the nearby sea. Smoke from an approaching train curled into the sky, its plume a ribbon of gray against the deepening blue. When the train finally screeched to a halt, Matthew dismounted and approached the platform, his heart thudding uncomfortably in his chest. He scanned the passengers disembarking, searching for a boy of about 11 or 12. Instead, his gaze landed on a thin, freckled girl with fiery red hair tied back in 2 unruly braids. She wore a faded, ill-fitting dress that spoke of her modest circumstances, but her eyes, a vivid, luminous green, sparkled with a mixture of curiosity and hope. Before Matthew could fully process the sight of her, she darted forward, her small frame exuding an unexpected energy. "Are you Mr. Matthew Cuthbert of Green Gables?" she asked, her voice bright and lilting. Matthew nodded, his surprise rendering him temporarily speechless. The girl, undeterred, clasped her hands in front of her chest and sighed with what seemed like genuine relief. "Oh, I'm so glad. I just knew you'd come. Isn't it splendid to think that I'll have a home of my own? A real home, with people who care about me and a room all to myself. And trees. Do you have trees at Green Gables? I've always dreamed of living among trees." Matthew, still bewildered, managed a faint smile. He wasn't quite sure what to make of this exuberant creature who spoke so freely and with such vivid imagination. "Yes," he replied softly. "We've plenty of trees." As they climbed into the carriage, Anne continued to chatter, her words tumbling out in an unbroken stream of observations and musings. "I've never seen such a lovely evening. Look at the sky. It's as though someone spilled pink and gold paint across a great canvas, don't you think? And those clouds, they're like puffs of cotton candy. Oh, I do hope Green Gables is as beautiful as I've imagined. Is it near water? I adore the sound of waves. Matthew, who had spent a lifetime avoiding small talk, found himself oddly charmed by Anne's enthusiasm. Her voice, though incessant, was melodious, and there was a poetic quality to her words that painted vivid pictures in his mind. He began to see the familiar landscape through her eyes. The White Way of Delight, a stretch of road canopied by flowering apple trees. Lover's Lane, a winding path bordered by willows whose branches seemed to embrace one another. And the Lake of Shining Waters, a serene pond that reflected the surrounding trees like a mirror. For Anne, every turn of the road revealed new wonders. She marveled at the fields, aglow with the last light of day, and the gentle hills that seemed to roll on forever. It's like stepping into a storybook, she said, her voice softening with reverence. I can't believe I'm part of it. By the time they arrived at Green Gables, the sky had deepened into a tapestry of indigo and silver, with stars beginning to prick through the twilight. Anne's chatter had slowed as she took in the sight of her new home. The farmhouse, with its welcoming glow of lamplight spilling from the windows, stood nestled among gardens that seemed to bloom just for her arrival. The scent of lilacs and roses filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly tilled soil. Matthew helped Anne down from the carriage, and for a moment she stood still, her eyes wide as she absorbed the beauty of the place. Oh, it's even more wonderful than I imagined, she breathed. I feel as though I've stepped into a dream. Inside, Marilla awaited them, her stern expression softening only slightly at the sight of the girl. Anne's greeting was as effervescent as ever, but Marilla's response was tempered with reserve. It wasn't long before Anne realized that there had been a mistake. She was not the boy they had expected. The realization struck her like a physical blow, and for a brief moment, the light in her eyes dimmed. But Anne, ever resilient, quickly rallied. I suppose it's too much to hope that you might keep me, even though I'm not a boy, she said with a tremulous smile. But if you could find it in your hearts to let me stay, I promise to work hard and be ever so good. Marilla, torn between practicality and an unexpected stirring of compassion, exchanged a glance with Matthew. Though no words were spoken, an understanding passed between them. Anne Shirley, with her boundless imagination and irrepressible spirit, had already begun to weave herself into the fabric of their lives. As Anne climbed into bed that night, gazing out at the moonlit garden through her window, she whispered a silent prayer of gratitude. For the first time in her young life, she felt a glimmer of hope. Hope that Green Gables might truly become her home. As the early morning sun began to rise over Green Gables, its golden light spilled across the dewy fields, turning each blade of grass into a sparkling gem. The faint call of birds echoed from the trees surrounding the house, and the air was filled with the rich scent of damp earth and blooming lilacs. Anne Shirley woke in her small room under the eaves, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the patterns of light and shadow playing on the walls. For Anne, this was no ordinary morning. She sat up, her fiery red hair a wild halo around her freckled face, and marveled at the fact that she had a room of her own. The previous night had been a whirlwind of emotions, from the elation of arriving at such a beautiful home to the crushing realization that she had been brought here by mistake. But as Anne surveyed her cozy room with its slanted ceiling, the simple white bedspread, and the view of the garden from the small window. Her spirits lifted. "I shall call this room my ivory tower," she murmured to herself. "It's a perfect place for a princess in exile. And if I must be sent away, at least I'll have the memory of one night spent here." Anne dressed quickly in her plain, ill-fitting dress and made her way downstairs. The kitchen at Green Gables was a warm and welcoming place, with its polished wooden floors, a large table in the center, and shelves lined with shining pots and pans. The aroma of freshly baked bread filled the room, mingling with the faint tang of wood smoke from the stove. Marilla Cuthbert stood at the counter, her no-nonsense demeanor softened by the peaceful rhythm of morning chores. Anne hesitated at the door, her green eyes darting around the room as though trying to memorize every detail. "Good morning, Miss Cuthbert," she said brightly, her voice trembling slightly. "Isn't it a wonderful morning? The sun is so golden, and the trees look like they're wearing crowns of light." Marilla turned, her lips twitching in what might have been the beginnings of a smile. "Good morning, Anne," she replied briskly. "Sit down and have some breakfast. Matthew will be in shortly." Anne took her seat, folding her hands primly in her lap as she gazed around the room. "I've never seen such a cozy kitchen," she said, her voice filled with admiration. "I imagine that everything here has a story. Do you think the table ever dreams of being a grand dining table in a castle?" Marilla raised an eyebrow, her practical nature struggling to reconcile with Anne's flights of fancy. "Tables don't dream," she said firmly, though not unkindly. "And you'll have to learn to keep your feet on the ground if you're to get along here." Before Anne could respond, Matthew entered the kitchen, his quiet presence filling the room like the gentle hum of a well-tuned fiddle. He greeted Anne with a small smile, and she beamed back at him, grateful for his unspoken kindness. After breakfast, Marilla instructed Anne to help with some chores around the house. As they worked together, Anne's enthusiasm bubbled over in a constant stream of chatter. She spoke of her dreams and fears, her love for poetry and nature, and her deep longing for a place to belong. Marilla listened with half an ear, occasionally interjecting with practical advice, but she couldn't entirely ignore the girl's infectious energy. When the chores were finished, Marilla announced that they would visit Rachel Lynde, the Cuthberts' nosy but well-meaning neighbor. Anne's excitement was palpable as they walked along the lane, the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees and the scent of wildflowers filling the air. She clung to every detail, marveling at the beauty of Avonlea and imagining herself as the heroine of a grand adventure. Rachel Lynde's house was a tidy, well-kept home, surrounded by neat flower beds and a picket fence. As they entered, Anne was immediately struck by the sheer orderliness of the place. Rachel herself was a stout woman with a sharp tongue and a keen eye for detail. Her initial reaction to Anne was one of thinly veiled disapproval. "Well, Marilla, this is certainly a surprise," Rachel said, her tone heavy with skepticism. "I must say, I never expected you to bring home a slip of a girl with hair the color of a carrot." Anne's eyes widened, and a flush crept up her cheeks. "It's not polite to criticize a person's looks," she said, her voice trembling with indignation. "I may not be beautiful, but I have an imagination, and that's worth something, isn't it?" Marilla's sharp intake of breath signaled her disapproval of Anne's outburst, but Rachel, to her credit, seemed more amused than offended. "Well, you certainly have a tongue in your head," she said with a chuckle. "You'll need to learn some manners, though, if you're going to stay at Green Gables." The visit concluded with an apology from Anne, coaxed out by Marilla's firm insistence and a reluctant acceptance from Rachel. As they walked back to Green Gables, Anne's mood swung from indignation to despair. "I've made such a dreadful impression," she wailed. "Mrs. Lynde will think I'm an ungrateful, ill-mannered orphan." Marilla sighed, her patience wearing thin. "You'll have to learn to control that temper of yours," she said. "But Mrs. Lynde isn't one to hold a grudge. You'll have another chance to make things right." Back at Green Gables, Anne retreated to her ivory tower to reflect on the day's events. She sat by the window, her chin resting on her hands as she gazed out at the garden. The late afternoon light bathed the flowers in a warm glow, and the gentle rustle of leaves seemed to whisper words of comfort. "I suppose I must be brave," she said aloud, her voice tinged with determination. "Green Gables is the most beautiful place I've ever seen, and I won't let one mistake ruin my chance to stay here." Anne's first impressions of Avonlea were a mix of wonder and trepidation, shaped by her boundless imagination and her deep-seated fear of rejection. She saw beauty in every corner of the world around her, from the towering trees to the smallest wildflower. But she also struggled to navigate the expectations and judgments of those around her, her fiery spirit often clashing with the more reserved sensibilities of the community. As the sun set over Green Gables, casting long shadows across the fields, Anne made a silent promise to herself. She would do whatever it took to prove that she belonged. With her vivid imagination and her unyielding determination, she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Anne Shirley's first weeks at Green Gables were a whirlwind of discovery, joy, and the occasional misstep. For the first time in her life, she had a place to call home, and she threw herself into the rhythms of farm life with boundless enthusiasm. Every corner of Green Gables seemed to hold a secret waiting to be uncovered, and every task, no matter how mundane, became an adventure in Anne's vivid imagination. The mornings at Green Gables were a symphony of soft sounds, the gentle cooing of doves in the eaves, the rustling of leaves in the orchard, and the faint hum of bees flitting from flower to flower. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of freshly tilled soil mingled with the faint sweetness of dew-kissed grass. Anne would wake early, her heart light with the promise of a new day, and gaze out the window at the garden bathed in the golden light of dawn. She loved to imagine herself as a character in a grand novel, living in an enchanted realm where every flower and tree was alive with magic. Marilla Cuthbert, ever practical, had little patience for Anne's flights of fancy, but even she couldn't deny the girl's eagerness to help. "There's work to be done," Marilla would say, her tone brisk but not unkind. "Daydreaming won't get the dishes washed or the cows milked." Anne would nod solemnly, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Oh, I'll do my very best, Miss Cuthbert. But do you think I might name the cows? They deserve to be more than just cows. They should have identities, don't you think?" Marilla's lips twitched as though suppressing a smile. "As long as you get the milking done, you can call them whatever you like." And so, the cows of Green Gables became Bessie, Clarabelle, and Millicent, each with a personality crafted by Anne's fertile imagination. She would speak to them as she worked, weaving stories about their lives and adventures, much to Matthew's quiet amusement. He often lingered in the barn longer than necessary, listening to Anne's animated monologues and marveling at the life she breathed into everything she touched. The days at Green Gables were filled with chores, but Anne approached each task with a sense of wonder. Whether she was gathering eggs from the chicken coop, scrubbing the kitchen floor until it gleamed, or hanging freshly laundered linens on the line, she found beauty in the simplicity of the work. The smell of sun-warmed fabric and the sight of sheets billowing in the breeze were, to Anne, poetry in motion. Despite her enthusiasm, Anne's penchant for distraction often led to mishaps. There was the time she attempted to bake a cake for Marilla's Ladies' Aid Society meeting and mistook liniment for vanilla, resulting in a confection so pungent that it left the kitchen reeking for days. Then there was the unfortunate incident with the currant wine, which Anne innocently served to Diana Barry during a tea party, not realizing it was alcoholic. The aftermath, Diana's intoxication and her mother's outrage, was mortifying for Anne. But even in the face of such disasters, her indomitable spirit refused to waver. Marilla, though exasperated by these episodes, couldn't help but admire Anne's willingness to take responsibility for her mistakes. "You'll learn," she would say, her voice softening. "But for heaven's sake, think before you act." Anne would nod earnestly, her face a picture of contrition. "Oh, I will, Miss Cuthbert. But it's so hard to remember to be sensible when there's so much beauty and excitement in the world." The landscape of Green Gables and its surroundings provided endless inspiration for Anne's imagination. The orchard, with its gnarled apple trees and carpet of soft grass, became her private sanctuary. She loved to lie beneath the branches, watching the sunlight filter through the leaves and listening to the gentle rustle of the wind. "It's like the trees are whispering secrets to me," she told Diana one afternoon as they sprawled on the grass, their heads close together. "I wish I could understand their language." Diana Barry, Anne's bosom friend and kindred spirit, was a steadying presence in Anne's life. Her calm, practical nature balanced Anne's wild flights of fancy, and together they shared countless adventures. They explored the haunted wood, a patch of forest that Anne had imbued with a thrilling sense of mystery, and floated on the lake of shining waters, which glimmered like a sapphire beneath the summer sun. To Anne, every moment spent with Diana was a treasure, and she vowed that their friendship would last forever. Yet, for all her joy, Anne's adjustment to life at Green Gables wasn't without its challenges. Her temper, quick to flare, often landed her in trouble. She struggled to forgive Gilbert Blythe, the boy who had dared to call her carrots in front of the entire school, and she refused to acknowledge his repeated attempts at apology. Her rivalry with Gilbert fueled her determination to excel in her studies, and she poured herself into her lessons with a single-minded intensity that impressed even Marilla. Anne's fiery spirit was both her greatest strength and her greatest weakness. She was fiercely loyal, deeply empathetic, and unafraid to stand up for what she believed in. But her passion sometimes blinded her to the consequences of her actions. Marilla, recognizing the girl's potential, worked to instill in her a sense of balance and discipline. Slowly but surely, Anne began to learn the value of patience and self-control, though she never lost the spark that made her so unique. As summer gave way to autumn, the landscape around Green Gables transformed into a riot of color. The trees blazed with shades of red, orange, and gold, their leaves carpeting the ground in a patchwork quilt of warmth. Anne reveled in the beauty of the season, her heart swelling with gratitude for the life she had found at Green Gables. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Anne stood at the edge of the garden, her arms wrapped around herself as she gazed at the sky. The first stars began to appear, their silvery light twinkling against the deep indigo backdrop. She closed her eyes and breathed in the cool, crisp air, her heart brimming with contentment. "I think I'm the luckiest girl in the world," she whispered. "Green Gables isn't just a place. It's a part of me now." Marilla, watching from the porch, felt a pang of unexpected emotion. She had taken in Anne out of a sense of duty, but over the months the girl had worked her way into her heart. Though she would never admit it aloud, Marilla knew that Green Gables was richer for Anne's presence, and she couldn't imagine life without her. As the night deepened and the farm settled into quiet, Anne climbed the stairs to her room, her mind filled with dreams of the adventures yet to come. For all her trials and tribulations, she knew that Green Gables was her haven, a place where she could grow and thrive. And as she drifted off to sleep, the soft rustle of the trees outside her window seemed to sing a lullaby just for her, promising that she was, at last, home. The first morning Anne Shirley attended school in Avonlea dawned crisp and clear, the sky painted in shades of soft lavender and gold. The world seemed fresh and full of promise, and Anne, with her books clutched tightly to her chest, felt a mixture of nervous excitement and boundless anticipation. Marilla had braided her hair neatly and pressed her pinafore until it gleamed, but Anne couldn't help wishing she had something more romantic to wear. Perhaps a dress with puffed sleeves, like the ones Diana Barry often wore. Still, as she walked along the red dirt road, the beauty of the world around her soon distracted her from her sartorial woes. The trees lining the path stretched their branches overhead, forming a cathedral of amber and scarlet leaves, while the air carried the faint scent of ripening apples from a nearby orchard. Diana Barry waited for her at the gate to the schoolyard, her round face glowing with warmth and excitement. "Oh, Anne," she exclaimed, "you'll love school. Miss Stacy is the nicest teacher we've ever had, and the other students are mostly friendly, except for Josie Pye, but you'll learn to ignore her." Anne beamed, her nervousness easing under Diana's cheerful chatter. "It all sounds perfectly splendid," she said, her green eyes sparkling. "I do hope I'll be able to impress Miss Stacy. I want her to see that I'm serious about my education." The schoolhouse, nestled at the edge of the village, was a modest building with whitewashed walls and a pitched roof. A bell hung in the belfry, and its cheerful chime echoed across the fields as students gathered in clusters outside, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Anne paused for a moment, taking it all in. To her, the schoolyard seemed like a vibrant tapestry of life, each child a brightly colored thread. As Anne and Diana approached the entrance, a boy with dark, mischievous eyes and an easy smile caught sight of them. He nudged the boy next to him and said something that made both of them laugh. Anne noticed, but she refused to let it dampen her spirits. She lifted her chin and followed Diana into the classroom, where the scent of chalk and polished wood greeted her like an old friend. Miss Stacy, a tall woman with kind eyes and a commanding presence, greeted Anne warmly. "You must be Anne Shirley," she said, her voice melodic and reassuring. "I've heard wonderful things about your love of reading and learning. I think you'll do very well here." Anne blushed deeply, her heart swelling with pride. She took her seat near the window, where she could glance outside and daydream about the trees and sky during the lulls in the day. Diana sat beside her, offering a steady presence that Anne was grateful for. The first lesson passed smoothly, though Anne found herself struggling not to lose herself in the rhythm of Miss Stacy's voice and the soft scratching of chalk against the board. She was determined to prove herself, answering questions eagerly and taking careful notes. But as the morning wore on, she became aware of a persistent whispering behind her. Turning slightly, she caught the dark-eyed boy who had laughed earlier grinning at her. Before she could react, he leaned forward and whispered, "Carrots." The word hit Anne like a slap. Her face turned scarlet as the rest of the class erupted into laughter. Gilbert Blythe, the boy in question, looked triumphant for a moment, but quickly faltered as he saw the tears welling in Anne's eyes. Without a word, she seized her slate and brought it down with a sharp crack across his head. The laughter stopped instantly. Gilbert, stunned, stared at her in disbelief. Miss Stacy, though surprised, quickly restored order, sending Anne to the corner and reprimanding Gilbert for his unkindness. Anne, trembling with anger and humiliation, vowed then and there never to speak to Gilbert Blythe again. Despite the rocky start, Anne soon found herself thriving at school. She adored the challenge of lessons and the satisfaction of mastering new concepts. Miss Stacy's innovative teaching methods made learning an adventure, and Anne often stayed after class to ask questions or discuss books. Miss Stacy, recognizing Anne's potential, encouraged her to aim high, even suggesting she prepare for the entrance exams to Queen's Academy. Anne's relationship with her classmates was more complex. While she quickly became popular for her lively personality and dramatic storytelling, she also faced moments of jealousy and rivalry. Josie Pye, with her sharp tongue and constant need to compete, often found ways to needle Anne, particularly about her humble background and vivid imagination. But Anne, though hurt by Josie's remarks, refused to let them diminish her spirit. Diana remained Anne's closest ally, her steady friendship a source of constant comfort. The two girls spent countless afternoons together, exploring Avonlea and sharing their hopes and dreams. They established a secret society under the willow tree by the Lake of Shining Waters, where they would recite poetry, make solemn oaths, and dream of their future lives as great women of the world. Anne also forged friendships with other students, though none quite as deep as her bond with Diana. Ruby Gillis, with her fascination for romance and giggles over boys, often amused Anne with her dramatics. Jane Andrews, practical and kind, became another close companion, offering a quiet but dependable presence in Anne's life. Yet, no matter how much time passed, Anne could not forgive Gilbert Blythe. Though he apologized repeatedly, even going so far as to write her a heartfelt note, she rebuffed him at every turn. She could not bring herself to forget the humiliation of that first day, even as Diana and others urged her to let it go. "It isn't just about the name," Anne explained to Diana one afternoon as they sat by the brook, their bare feet dangling in the cool water. "It's the principle of the thing. He thought he could mock me and get away with it, and I won't allow it." Diana sighed. "But Anne, he seems truly sorry, and he's always so kind to everyone else. Maybe you could give him another chance." Anne shook her head, her fiery hair catching the sunlight like a halo. "Perhaps one day, but not yet." As the seasons changed, so did Anne's experiences at school. Winter brought the challenge of trudging through snow-covered fields to reach the schoolhouse, but it also brought the joy of sleigh rides and the warmth of the wood stove in the classroom. Spring transformed the world into a riot of blossoms, and Anne often found herself distracted by the beauty of the world outside the window. By the time summer returned, Anne had fully established herself as one of the brightest students in the class. Miss Stacy often praised her creativity and determination, and even the other students, including Gilbert, grudgingly admired her intellect. Despite her rocky beginning, Anne's time at school became one of the most enriching experiences of her young life. She discovered not only her love of learning, but also the value of true friendship and the strength to overcome challenges. Though her relationship with Gilbert remained strained, she couldn't deny the sense of satisfaction she felt when they were named the top students in their class. As Anne walked home on the last day of term, the sun dipping low over the fields and the scent of wildflowers filling the air, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. Life at Green Gables had given her a home, but school had given her a purpose. And though the path ahead was still uncertain, Anne Shirley knew that she was ready to face whatever challenges lay in wait. Anne Shirley's boundless imagination wove an enchanting tapestry over her life at Green Gables. To Anne, the world was far more than it appeared on the surface. It was a living, breathing storybook waiting to be explored and embellished. Every tree, stream, and path in Avonlea held a secret, and every day brimmed with the promise of new adventures. The mornings at Green Gables were Anne's favorite time. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the mingled scents of wildflowers and damp earth. Dew clung to the blades of grass like tiny diamonds, and the early sunlight bathed the landscape in a golden glow. Anne often stood at her window, gazing out at the fields that stretched toward the horizon, her heart swelling with the thrill of endless possibility. It's a shame the world can't always look like this, she mused aloud one morning, her voice tinged with longing. Everything seems so new and full of hope. To Anne, the ordinary was never ordinary. The orchard behind Green Gables became the Garden of Hesperides, a mythical realm where golden apples hung heavy on the boughs. Lover's Lane, a winding path flanked by whispering willows, was transformed into a magical corridor where fairies danced in the moonlight. Even the bubbling brook near the house was imbued with mystery. Anne imagined it as the resting place of a tragic water spirit, her sorrowful songs hidden in the gurgling flow of water over stones. Diana Barry, Anne's bosom friend, shared many of these fantastical adventures, though she didn't always share Anne's flair for dramatics. Together, they roamed the countryside, turning every outing into an epic quest. On one particularly fine afternoon, they set out to explore the Haunted Wood, a dense grove of fir trees that loomed like silent sentinels on the edge of the village. "It's the perfect place for a ghost story," Anne declared, her voice low and conspiratorial. "I can just imagine a forlorn maiden wandering these woods, searching for her lost love." Diana shivered, more from excitement than fear. "Do you think there really could be ghosts here?" she asked, clutching Anne's arm. Anne paused dramatically, her eyes wide. "Who knows? The world is full of mysteries, Diana. Perhaps we'll uncover one today." The girls tiptoed through the trees, their laughter muffled by the soft carpet of pine needles underfoot. The air was cool and still, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. Anne's vivid descriptions painted the woods as a place of both beauty and danger, and Diana found herself caught up in the magic of it all. Another favorite haunt was the Lake of Shining Waters, a serene pond that glimmered like polished silver in the sunlight. To Anne, the lake was more than just a body of water. It was a portal to other worlds. She and Diana would sit on its grassy banks, their reflections wavering on the surface as they plotted their next adventure. "Let's pretend we're mermaids," Anne suggested one day, her green eyes alight with excitement. "We can dive into the lake and swim to a hidden underwater kingdom." Diana laughed. "But Anne, we can't actually go underwater. What if we get wet?" Anne waved her hand dismissively. "Details, Diana, details. Imagination isn't about what you can or can't do. It's about what you can dream." Not all of Anne's adventures were confined to the great outdoors. The cozy kitchen at Green Gables, with its cheery curtains and the ever-present aroma of freshly baked bread, often served as the backdrop for her imaginative escapades. One rainy afternoon, Anne decided to reenact the tragic poem, The Lady of Shalott. She fashioned a makeshift boat out of an old wooden skiff and draped herself in a white sheet to resemble the ill-fated maiden. "I shall float down the river like Elaine of Astolat," she proclaimed to a dubious Marilla. "It will be the most romantic thing I've ever done." The river, of course, was merely the brook near Green Gables, and Anne's plan went predictably awry. The skiff capsized halfway through her journey, leaving her drenched and bedraggled but still clinging to her dramatic vision. "At least it was a memorable death," she quipped to Diana later, wringing out her sopping hair. Anne's imagination wasn't limited to play. She often used it as a refuge during difficult times. When Josie Pye's sharp remarks stung, or when Marilla scolded her for some well-meaning blunder, Anne retreated into her private world, where she could be anyone she wanted to be. She imagined herself as a princess, a heroine, or a great writer whose words would one day inspire the world. Her creativity also found an outlet in storytelling. Anne loved to gather her friends and weave elaborate tales of romance, mystery, and adventure. These stories often took on a life of their own, growing more complex with each retelling. Ruby Gillis, Jane Andrews, and Diana listened raptly, their eyes wide as Anne brought her characters to life with vivid descriptions and dramatic gestures. Despite her love for imagination, Anne wasn't immune to the consequences of letting her flights of fancy run wild. There was the time she convinced herself that a dark, shadowy figure in the haunted wood was a ghost, only to discover it was Matthew returning home late. And who could forget the infamous plum pudding incident, where Anne accidentally served Diana currant wine instead of raspberry cordial during a pretend Queen's feast. The fallout from that particular adventure was swift and mortifying, but even then, Anne couldn't help but see the humor in it. "I suppose it's all part of growing up," she told Diana afterward, her tone philosophical. "Mistakes are just adventures with unexpected endings." As the seasons changed, so did Anne's adventures. In the winter, the fields around Green Gables transformed into a sparkling wonderland, and Anne spent hours skating on the frozen pond or building snow forts with Diana. Spring brought the thrill of discovery, as crocuses and daffodils pushed through the melting snow, and the world seemed to come alive once more. Through it all, Anne's imagination remained her constant companion. It was the lens through which she viewed the world, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, and infusing every moment with magic. To Anne, life was a story waiting to be written, and she was determined to make it the most beautiful story she could. On a quiet evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned shades of rose and indigo, Anne stood by her window and gazed out at the familiar landscape. The trees whispered in the breeze, and the brook murmured softly, as though sharing secrets with the stars. "I think the world is more wonderful than anyone realizes," Anne whispered, "and I'm going to spend my whole life discovering its secrets." With that, she climbed into bed, her heart full of dreams and her mind already plotting her next adventure. For Anne Shirley, imagination wasn't just a pastime. It was a way of life, a gift that turned the smallest moments into treasures and made the world a place of endless wonder. The seasons at Green Gables flowed like chapters in a book, each one bringing new lessons, trials, and triumphs for Anne Shirley. By the time her first year in Avonlea drew to a close, Anne had grown in ways she couldn't have imagined. Yet, her path was far from smooth, and every step of her journey was marked by challenges that tested her resolve and shaped her character. The warm days of early summer saw Anne standing on the threshold of new ambitions. Miss Stacy, ever perceptive and encouraging, had recognized Anne's potential and urged her to prepare for the entrance exams to Queen's Academy. The idea of attending such a prestigious school filled Anne with both excitement and trepidation. She pictured herself in a grand lecture hall, surrounded by the brightest minds, her heart set on proving herself. "Do you really think I can do it, Miss Stacy?" she asked one day after class, her green eyes wide with hope. Miss Stacy smiled, her voice gentle but firm. "Anne, you're capable of anything you set your mind to. The question is whether you're willing to work hard enough to achieve it." And work hard she did. Anne poured herself into her studies with a fervor that surprised even Marilla. Her desk in the cozy corner of her room became a battlefield, where she waged war against algebra, Latin, and history. The pages of her notebooks were filled with meticulous notes, underlined with careful precision, while the margins were adorned with doodles of flowers and stars. Anne's way of adding beauty to the most mundane of subjects. But the road to success was not without its hurdles. The long hours of study left Anne weary, and there were moments when self-doubt crept into her mind. On particularly difficult days, when the words in her books blurred together and frustration bubbled up like an untamed tide, Anne found solace in the natural world around her. The orchard at Green Gables became her sanctuary. She would sit beneath the apple trees, their blossoms casting a delicate pink glow, and listen to the soothing hum of bees. The gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze seemed to whisper words of encouragement, reminding her of the beauty and resilience of life. Nature never hurries, yet everything is accomplished. Anne mused one afternoon, repeating a phrase Miss Stacy had shared with the class. "Perhaps I should be more like the trees, patient and steady." Anne's academic pursuits also deepened her rivalry with Gilbert Blythe. Though she had resolved never to speak to him after the carrots incident, their silent competition in the classroom became a source of motivation for both. Gilbert matched her score for score, and though Anne would never admit it, his presence pushed her to strive for greater heights. One particularly memorable challenge came during the school's annual recitation contest. Each student was required to memorize and perform a poem, and the winner would earn a small scholarship, a tantalizing prize for Anne. She chose Alfred Tennyson's The Lady of Shalott, her favorite poem, and threw herself into practicing with the same fervor she applied to her studies. The night of the contest was one Anne would never forget. The schoolhouse was transformed into a scene of quiet elegance, with lanterns casting a warm glow over the polished wooden floors. The air buzzed with anticipation as students and families filled the room, their murmured conversations creating a symphony of excitement. When Anne's name was called, she stepped onto the small stage, her heart pounding in her chest. She closed her eyes for a moment, imagining herself as the Lady of Shalott, trapped in her tower and longing for freedom. As she began to recite, her voice steady and clear, the audience was drawn into the vivid world she painted with her words. By the time she finished, the room was silent, the spell of her performance lingering in the air. Anne won the contest that night, and the scholarship that came with it. The applause and congratulations filled her with a deep sense of accomplishment, but it was the look of quiet pride on Marilla's face that meant the most to her. "You did well, Anne," Marilla said later that evening, her tone as measured as ever, though her eyes shone with emotion. "You've earned every bit of this." But not all of Anne's growth came from her successes. There were moments of heartbreak and lessons learned the hard way. One such moment came during the summer picnic, a much-anticipated event that brought the entire village together for an afternoon of games, food, and laughter. Anne, swept up in the excitement, volunteered to help organize the festivities. In her eagerness, she took on more responsibilities than she could manage, and the result was chaos. The lemonade ran out halfway through the event, the games were poorly timed, and the sandwiches she had prepared were accidentally mixed with Marilla's pickled onions, a combination that proved disastrous. Though the villagers were kind and understanding, Anne was mortified. "I've ruined everything," she cried to Diana afterward, tears streaming down her freckled cheeks. "I should never have thought I could handle so much." Diana, ever loyal, placed a comforting arm around her friend. "It wasn't as bad as you think, Anne. And even if it was, you'll do better next time. Everyone makes mistakes." Anne's humility in the face of failure became one of her most endearing qualities. She learned to laugh at herself and to see mistakes as opportunities for growth. Over time, her confidence grew, not because she stopped failing, but because she learned to rise each time she fell. As autumn arrived and the leaves turned fiery shades of red and gold, Anne reflected on how much she had changed since her arrival at Green Gables. The girl, who had once been ruled by her temper and prone to dramatic outbursts, was now learning the value of balance and perseverance. She still dreamed as vividly as ever, but her dreams were tempered with a newfound sense of purpose. One evening, as she walked home from school, the setting sun bathed the fields in a golden light that seemed almost otherworldly. The trees along the path were ablaze with color, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Anne paused to take it all in, her heart full of gratitude for the journey that had brought her here. "I think I'm finally learning what it means to grow," she said softly, her voice carrying on the breeze. "It's not about becoming someone else. It's about becoming the best version of yourself." At Green Gables, Marilla watched from the porch as Anne approached, her figure silhouetted against the twilight sky. Though she would never admit it aloud, Marilla felt a deep sense of pride in the young woman Anne was becoming. The challenges Anne faced had shaped her in ways neither of them could have anticipated, and Marilla knew that the future held even greater things for her. For Anne, every challenge was a stepping stone, every mistake a lesson, and every success a testament to the strength she had found within herself. Green Gables had given her a home, but it was the trials and triumphs of her journey that had given her a sense of belonging and purpose. And as the stars began to appear in the deepening sky, Anne Shirley walked into the next chapter of her life, ready for whatever came next. Anne Shirley's life at Green Gables continued to be a tapestry of triumphs and trials, woven with threads of joy, sorrow, and hard-earned wisdom. Each experience, no matter how small, left its mark on her growing character, teaching her resilience and enriching her spirit. As spring blossomed in Avonlea, the landscape was awash with life and color. The fields rippled with fresh green shoots. The apple trees in the orchard wore crowns of snowy blossoms, and the brook babbled with renewed vigor. Anne's days were filled with the gentle rhythms of farm life, her schoolwork, and her cherished friendship with Diana Barry. Yet, amid these idyllic scenes, Anne faced challenges that tested her determination and revealed her growing maturity. One such trial came in the form of her ongoing rivalry with Gilbert Blythe. Though their academic competition pushed Anne to excel, it also stoked the embers of her lingering resentment. Gilbert's consistent kindness and attempts to reconcile only seemed to irritate her further, and Anne stubbornly clung to her grudge. It was during one of the school's group projects, a performance for the Avonlea Improvement Society, that Anne's feelings toward Gilbert were forced to confront a crossroads. Miss Stacy had assigned each student a role in planning and executing the event, and, to Anne's dismay, she was paired with Gilbert to create the stage decorations. "I don't see why Miss Stacy couldn't have chosen anyone else," Anne grumbled to Diana as they walked home from school one afternoon, the road dappled with sunlight filtering through the trees. "Well, you'll just have to make the best of it," Diana replied gently. "Gilbert isn't so bad, Anne. In fact, I think he rather admires you." Anne flushed at the suggestion. "That doesn't excuse his behavior. I'll be polite, of course, but I won't let him think he's forgiven." The days of preparation that followed were marked by a mix of awkward silences and hesitant collaboration. Gilbert, ever patient, worked alongside Anne without complaint, his easygoing nature diffusing the tension between them. Slowly, Anne began to see past her resentment and acknowledge Gilbert's genuine efforts. By the time the event arrived, a resounding success, thanks in part to their teamwork, Anne felt the first stirrings of reconciliation. Another trial came in the form of Anne's impulsive nature, which often led to unintended consequences. One summer afternoon, Anne and Diana decided to recreate the story of Romeo and Juliet, with Anne playing the doomed heroine. Climbing onto the roof of the Barrys' barn, Anne prepared to deliver her dramatic monologue before pretending to fall to her death. The performance went well, until the ladder she used to descend slipped, leaving Anne stranded. "I'm perfectly fine up here," Anne called down to Diana, trying to sound brave. "But I suppose someone will have to fetch a ladder." Mr. Barry, hearing the commotion, arrived to rescue Anne, his gruff demeanor softened by amusement. "You've got quite the flair for drama, young lady," he remarked as he helped her down. Though the incident ended without injury, Anne's mortification served as a reminder to temper her adventurous spirit with caution. Yet, it was not all trials for Anne. The triumphs in her life were no less memorable, each one a testament to her hard work and growing sense of responsibility. One such moment came during the annual Avonlea School exhibition, where Anne was selected to deliver a speech on the importance of education. The honor filled her with both pride and nervous anticipation. On the day of the exhibition, the schoolhouse was packed with parents, friends, and neighbors, their faces lit with expectation. Anne stood at the front of the room, her heart pounding as she scanned the crowd. She drew a deep breath and began her speech, her voice trembling at first but gaining strength as she continued. Her words painted vivid pictures of the transformative power of learning, capturing the audience's attention and earning her a standing ovation. Marilla, seated in the back row, felt a swell of pride as she watched Anne accept her applause. Though she would never admit it aloud, Marilla knew that Anne's triumph was as much a victory for Green Gables as it was for the girl herself. Perhaps the most poignant trial Anne faced during this period was the illness of Minnie May Barry, Diana's younger sister. Late one winter evening, a frantic Diana arrived at Green Gables, her face pale with worry. "Minnie May is very sick," she told Marilla, her voice trembling. "Mother sent for the doctor, but he's away, and Minnie May is getting worse." Without hesitation, Anne volunteered to help. Armed with her knowledge of treating croup, a skill she had learned during her time at the orphanage, she accompanied Diana back to the Barry home. The night was a blur of anxious moments and careful attention as Anne worked tirelessly to ease Minnie May's breathing. When the morning light finally broke through the curtains, Minnie May's fever had subsided, and her breathing had steadied. Diana hugged Anne tightly, tears streaming down her face. "You saved her, Anne. I don't know how to thank you." Anne, exhausted but relieved, managed a faint smile. "I'm just glad I could help." The incident strengthened the bond between Anne and the Barry family, and even Mrs. Barry, who had previously viewed Anne with skepticism, came to admire her resourcefulness and courage. As the months turned to years, Anne continued to grow, her trials shaping her into a young woman of strength and compassion. Her successes, whether academic or personal, were a source of pride, but it was her ability to learn from her mistakes that truly set her apart. She discovered the importance of humility, the value of forgiveness, and the joy of giving herself fully to the people and places she loved. On one particularly fine summer evening, Anne sat on the porch at Green Gables, the twilight casting a soft glow over the fields. The air was warm and still, filled with the hum of crickets and the faint perfume of wildflowers. Marilla and Matthew joined her, their quiet presence a comforting reminder of the family she had found. "I think I'm beginning to understand what it means to grow up," Anne said softly, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "It's not just about getting older. It's about learning to see the beauty in the challenges and finding the strength to face them." Matthew nodded, his face lit with a gentle smile. "You've come a long way, Anne, and I reckon you've got a lot more adventures ahead." Anne smiled, her heart full of gratitude for the journey that had brought her to this moment. Trials and triumphs alike had shaped her, and though she didn't know what the future held, she was ready to embrace it with the same boundless imagination and unyielding determination that had carried her this far. As the first stars appeared in the deepening sky, Anne felt a quiet sense of contentment. Green Gables had given her a home, but it was the trials she had faced and the triumphs she had earned that had truly made her who she was. And as the night settled over the farm, Anne Shirley knew that her story was only just beginning. The seasons had always been Anne Shirley's companions at Green Gables, each one ushering in its own palette of colors, scents, and emotions. But as the summer waned and autumn's fiery hues gave way to the somber gray of late November, Anne felt an unshakable weight settle over her heart. Change was in the air, and with it came the whispers of sorrow she couldn't yet name. The mornings at Green Gables had turned colder, the fields shrouded in delicate veils of mist that clung to the trees and softened the edges of the landscape. The once vibrant garden now stood bare, its flowers long faded, and its earth resting for the winter. Even the cheerful brook seemed subdued, its gentle murmurs muffled by the chill in the air. Anne, ever attuned to the emotions of the world around her, felt the stillness like a lingering shadow. Life at Green Gables had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Anne's studies consumed much of her time as she prepared for her entrance exams to Queen's Academy. But she always found moments to pause and cherish the simple joys of home. Marilla's steady presence, Matthew's quiet kindness, and the familiar creak of the wooden floorboards beneath her feet were the foundations of her world. But even the strongest foundations can tremble under the weight of unforeseen events. It began with Matthew. Always a man of quiet habits, he had taken to spending more time in his chair by the fire, his shoulders hunched slightly as though carrying an invisible burden. At first, Anne dismissed it as the natural fatigue of someone who had worked hard his entire life. But as the days passed, she noticed the way his hands trembled when he poured his tea, and how he paused to catch his breath after walking up the stairs. "Matthew, are you feeling quite well?" Anne asked one evening, her voice tinged with concern as she knelt beside his chair. Matthew smiled gently, his face lined with both age and affection. "I'm just a little tired. That's all, Anne girl. Nothing to worry about." But Anne did worry. She mentioned her concerns to Marilla, who dismissed them with a brusque wave of her hand. "Matthew's always been strong," Marilla said. "He's just slowing down a bit, like we all do. Don't go imagining trouble where there isn't any." Yet trouble had a way of creeping in unbidden. It came one crisp December morning, the ground dusted with a thin layer of frost that sparkled like shattered glass under the pale winter sun. Anne was in the kitchen, helping Marilla knead dough for the day's bread, when the sound of hurried footsteps on the porch interrupted their quiet work. Diana burst through the door, her face pale and her breath coming in sharp gasps. "It's Matthew," she said, her voice trembling. "He's collapsed in the field." The world seemed to tilt beneath Anne's feet. The dough slipped from her hands as she ran past Diana and out the door, her heart pounding in her chest. She found Matthew lying in the frost-covered grass, his face pale and still, the familiar kindness in his eyes replaced by a distant gaze that struck Anne with a chill deeper than the winter air. He was gone. The days that followed passed in a blur of grief and disbelief. Green Gables, once so full of life, seemed hollow without Matthew's quiet presence. His absence was a wound that cut deep, leaving Anne and Marilla struggling to navigate a world that felt irrevocably changed. For Marilla, the loss was a silent ache she carried with stoic resolve. She busied herself with the practicalities of running the farm, her hands steady even as her heart trembled. Anne, however, found herself adrift in a sea of emotions she couldn't fully articulate. She wandered the familiar paths around Green Gables, seeking solace in the places that had once brought her joy. The orchard, now stripped bare of its blossoms, stood like a skeletal remnant of what it had been. The brook, though still flowing, seemed darker and more somber, its song tinged with melancholy. Even the stars, which Anne had always found so comforting, seemed distant and cold. One evening, as Anne sat by the window in her room, staring out at the moonlit fields, Marilla came to her. The older woman's face was lined with exhaustion, but her eyes held a rare softness. "Anne," Marilla said quietly, taking a seat beside her. "We've been through hard times before, and we'll get through this too. Matthew wouldn't want us to stop living." Anne nodded, her throat tight with emotion. "I know, Marilla, but it's so hard to imagine Green Gables without him. He was the heart of this place." Marilla reached out and placed a hand on Anne's shoulder, her grip firm but comforting. "You're part of the heart now, Anne. Green Gables is as much yours as it was his, and it's up to us to keep it alive." Those words stayed with Anne, a quiet spark of hope in the darkness of her grief. She threw herself into her studies with renewed determination, finding purpose in the dream of earning her place at Queen's Academy. The work was a balm, giving her a sense of direction even as she continued to grapple with the weight of loss. As winter deepened, so did Anne's bond with Marilla. The two women, so different in temperament, found strength in their shared sorrow and grew closer in ways neither had anticipated. Marilla, though still reserved, began to show more of the warmth that had always lingered beneath her stern exterior. She listened more patiently to Anne's stories, and even offered gentle encouragement when Anne doubted herself. "You've got a good head on your shoulders, Anne," Marilla said one evening as they sat by the fire. "Matthew always believed in you, and so do I." Anne smiled through her tears, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Marilla. I promise I'll do my best to make you both proud." The winter passed slowly, the days lengthening as the promise of spring began to stir in the air. By the time the first crocuses pushed through the snow, Anne felt a sense of renewal taking root within her. She began to see the world not as it had been, but as it could be, still full of beauty, even amid the sorrow. One particularly fine morning, Anne stood on the porch of Green Gables, the sun warm on her face and the sound of birdsong filling the air. She took a deep breath, the crisp scent of new growth filling her lungs, and closed her eyes. For the first time in months, she felt a glimmer of peace. Matthew's loss had left a void that could never be filled, but it had also taught Anne the resilience of the human spirit. She had learned that love, even in its absence, could be a source of strength. And as she gazed out at the fields and trees that had become her home, Anne Shirley knew that she would carry Matthew's memory with her always. Life at Green Gables would never be the same, but Anne's heart, shaped by both tragedy and change, had grown larger and more compassionate. The trials she had faced had prepared her for the future, and though she didn't know what lay ahead, she was ready to embrace it with the same unyielding spirit that had brought her this far. As the morning sun climbed higher, Anne stepped off the porch and into the bright new day, her head held high and her heart filled with quiet resolve. The road ahead was long, but it was hers to walk, and she would walk it with love, courage, and the enduring memory of the man who had shown her what it meant to be truly home. The air in Avonlea had shifted as spring ripened into early summer, carrying the sweet perfume of blooming lilacs and the earthy promise of fields ready for planting. Green Gables, nestled among its vibrant orchards and gently rolling hills, seemed to hum with life. Yet for Anne Shirley, the beauty of her surroundings was tinged with the bittersweet realization that her time at Green Gables as a carefree girl was drawing to a close. Change was no longer a whisper on the horizon. It was a presence that filled every corner of her heart. In the months since Matthew's passing, Anne had grown in ways she never imagined. His absence had left a scar, but it also became a source of strength. She had learned to lean on Marilla, to trust herself, and to find joy in the small, steady rhythms of life at Green Gables. As Anne prepared for the next chapter in her journey, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for the home that had shaped her and the people who had filled it with love. One morning, Anne stood at the kitchen window, watching the sunlight spill over the garden like liquid gold. Marilla moved about the room with her usual efficiency, the quiet clatter of dishes and the hum of the kettle punctuating the stillness. "Marilla," Anne said softly, her voice breaking the peace of the moment. "Do you think Green Gables will be the same after I leave for Queen's Academy?" Marilla paused, her hands resting on the edge of the sink. She turned to Anne, her expression thoughtful. Green Gables will always be here, Anne, but it won't be the same without you. Still, I don't want you worrying about that. You've earned this opportunity, and Matthew would have wanted you to take it. Anne's heart swelled at the mention of Matthew. I wish he could see it, Marilla. I wish he could know how much his belief in me meant. Marilla nodded, her gaze softening. He knew Anne. Don't doubt that for a moment. As the day of Anne's departure for Queen's Academy drew closer, she found herself cherishing every detail of life at Green Gables. She spent hours wandering the orchard, the air filled with the hum of bees and the rustling of leaves. The apple trees were in full bloom, their branches heavy with delicate pink blossoms that seemed to bow under the weight of their beauty. Anne loved to sit beneath them, her books spread out on the soft grass, and lose herself in dreams of the future. Despite her excitement for what lay ahead, Anne couldn't ignore the pangs of sorrow that came with leaving. Saying goodbye to Diana Barry, her bosom friend and kindred spirit, was particularly difficult. The two girls sat by the Lake of Shining Waters on Anne's final afternoon in Avonlea, their reflections wavering on the surface like ghostly echoes of their childhood. I can't believe you're leaving, Diana said, her voice tinged with sadness. It feels like the end of everything. Anne reached for Diana's hand, her own trembling slightly. It's not the end, Diana. It's just the beginning of something new. And no matter where I go, you'll always be my dearest friend. Kindred spirits can't be separated by distance. Diana smiled through her tears. Promise me you'll write, Anne. Tell me everything about Queens and the people you meet, and the things you learn. I promise, Anne said, her voice firm. And you must tell me everything about Avonlea, about your family, and the adventures you have here. The next morning, the entire village seemed to gather to see Anne off. Marilla stood at her side, her face set in its usual stern expression, though her eyes betrayed the depth of her emotions. As the carriage pulled away, Anne looked back at Green Gables, the house framed by the rising sun and the fields stretching endlessly beyond. She knew she would carry this moment with her always, a memory etched into her heart like the lines of her favorite poems. Arriving at Queen's Academy was like stepping into another world. The bustling streets of Charlottetown were a far cry from the quiet serenity of Avonlea, and the grand stone buildings of the Academy filled Anne with awe. She felt a surge of both excitement and trepidation as she walked through the arched gates, her suitcase in hand, and her heart racing with anticipation. The days at Queen's were filled with challenges and discoveries. Anne threw herself into her studies with the same passion she had shown in Avonlea, her love of learning driving her to excel. She quickly earned the respect of her professors and the admiration of her peers, though she never allowed herself to grow complacent. Anne's letters to Marilla were filled with vivid descriptions of her life at Queen's, the lectures that inspired her, the friendships she formed, and the moments of self-doubt that spurred her to work harder. She wrote of Gilbert Blythe, who had also come to Queen's, and the tentative friendship that began to blossom between them. I think I'm finally ready to forgive him, Anne wrote in one letter. He's shown me nothing but kindness since that day in the classroom, and I've realized that holding on to old grudges only keeps me from growing. Anne's friendship with Gilbert became a source of strength as they competed side by side for academic honors. Though their rivalry remained, it was tempered with mutual respect and a shared determination to succeed. When the results of their final exams were announced, Anne and Gilbert stood at the top of their class, their accomplishments a testament to their hard work and perseverance. When Anne returned to Green Gables at the end of the term, it was with a heart full of hope and a mind brimming with ideas for the future. Yet she was also keenly aware of the responsibilities that awaited her. Marilla's vision had been deteriorating, and the demands of running the farm had grown heavier in Anne's absence. One evening, as the two of them sat on the porch, the sun dipping low over the fields, Anne broached the subject that had been weighing on her mind. "Marilla," she began hesitantly, "I've been thinking about what's next for me. Queen's has offered me so much, but I can't ignore what's needed here." Marilla looked at her sharply. "Anne, don't you dare give up your dreams for my sake. I can manage." Anne reached for Marilla's hand, her grip firm but gentle. "You've always put me first, Marilla. Now it's my turn to do the same for you. I'll find a way to balance both, I promise." The decision to stay at Green Gables while pursuing her studies through correspondence was not an easy one, but it was a choice that filled Anne with peace. She knew that her aspirations didn't have to come at the expense of her family, and she was determined to build a future that honored both. As summer deepened and the fields around Green Gables grew golden with ripening crops, Anne found herself more content than she had ever been. She spent her mornings helping Marilla with the farm work, and her evenings writing essays and stories by lamplight. The desk in her room became a sanctuary once again, a place where she could dream and create. One night, as Anne stood at the window and gazed out at the moonlit fields, she whispered a quiet promise to herself. "I'll build a life that's as beautiful as Green Gables. A life filled with love, purpose, and the courage to embrace every challenge." The stars above seemed to shimmer in agreement, their light spilling down like blessings on the girl who had come so far and still had so much ahead of her. The summer sun hung low over the rolling hills of Avonlea, casting long shadows across the fields of Green Gables. A soft breeze stirred the tall grasses, their tips swaying gently like a sea of green and gold. Anne Shirley stood at the edge of the orchard, her hands clasped loosely in front of her, gazing out over the land that had come to mean so much to her. The day was warm, and the air carried the mingled scents of wildflowers and ripened apples, a quiet symphony of life's simplest pleasures. As Anne stood there, she reflected on how far she had come since that fateful day when she first arrived at Green Gables. She had been an uncertain girl then, full of dreams but unsure of her place in the world. Now, she stood as a young woman on the cusp of adulthood, her heart full of gratitude for the trials and triumphs that had shaped her. "I've learned so much here," Anne thought, her gaze sweeping across the familiar landscape. About love, about loss, and about the beauty of living with an open heart. Anne's eyes lingered on the farmhouse, its white walls glowing softly in the late afternoon light. It was more than just a house. It was a place that had given her stability and a sense of belonging. Within those walls, Marilla's quiet wisdom and Matthew's steadfast kindness had nurtured her, even when she didn't realize it. She thought of Matthew, whose absence was still a tender ache in her heart. His gentle encouragement and unwavering belief in her potential had left an indelible mark on her. Anne could almost hear his voice now, urging her to keep dreaming, to keep striving. Marilla, too, had been a cornerstone of Anne's growth. Though her demeanor was often stern, Anne had come to see the deep love and care that lay beneath Marilla's pragmatic exterior. Their bond had grown stronger through shared struggles and quiet moments of understanding, and Anne knew that Marilla's influence would stay with her always. Anne's reflections turned to the village of Avonlea, a community that had embraced her despite her quirks and fiery temper. Its winding roads, quaint houses, and vibrant gardens had become a part of her soul. The people of Avonlea, kind and meddling, wise and flawed, had taught her lessons in resilience, humility, and forgiveness. She smiled as she thought of Rachel Lynde, whose sharp tongue often hid a generous heart, and of Diana Barry, her beloved kindred spirit, who had shared in her joys and sorrows with unwavering loyalty. Even Gilbert Blythe, whose teasing had once kindled a grudge, had become a friend and partner in ambition. Their rivalry had transformed into mutual respect, a foundation Anne knew would grow stronger in the years to come. As Anne walked along the path that led to the Lake of Shining Waters, she felt the pull of her dreams tugging at her heart. She had always been a dreamer, spinning worlds out of words and imagination, but her time at Green Gables had taught her the importance of grounding those dreams in reality. Her dreams now were not only for herself, but for the people she loved and the community that had shaped her. She hoped to become a teacher, to inspire others as Miss Stacy had inspired her. She imagined herself standing in front of a classroom, guiding eager young minds and encouraging them to see the world with curiosity and wonder. But Anne's aspirations were not limited to career ambitions. She longed to live a life of purpose and beauty, to create a home as warm and welcoming as Green Gables, and to remain open to the simple joys of nature, friendship, and love. The lake shimmered in the golden light of the setting sun, its surface reflecting the sky's fiery hues. Anne knelt by the water's edge, her heart swelling with a sense of gratitude so profound it brought tears to her eyes. She thought of all the people who had believed in her, of the mistakes that had taught her humility, and of the moments of joy that had filled her heart to bursting. "Thank you," Anne whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle lapping of the water. "For Green Gables, for Marilla and Matthew, for everything." As Anne rose and turned back toward Green Gables, she felt a quiet resolve settle over her. The path ahead was uncertain, but she was no longer afraid. She had learned to embrace change, to find strength in her struggles, and to trust in the beauty of life's unfolding. The stars began to prick through the twilight sky as Anne reached the porch of Green Gables. Marilla was there, sitting in her rocking chair, her knitting resting in her lap. She looked up as Anne approached, her face softening into a rare smile. "You've been out a long time," Marilla said. "I was starting to wonder if you'd gotten lost in your thoughts again." Anne laughed, her voice light and free. "Oh, Marilla, I've been thinking about everything, about how much Green Gables has given me and how much I want to give back." Marilla nodded, her eyes glinting with quiet pride. "You've grown into a fine young woman, Anne. I'm proud of you. Matthew would be too." Anne leaned against the porch railing, her heart full. "I'll never forget this place, Marilla. No matter where I go, Green Gables will always be home." As the moon rose high over Green Gables, casting its silvery light across the fields, Anne felt a profound sense of peace. She was no longer the lonely orphan who had arrived here by mistake. She was Anne of Green Gables, an ambitious young woman, a devoted friend, and a dreamer with roots as deep as the trees that surrounded her. The future stretched before her like a blank page, waiting to be filled with adventures, achievements, and stories yet untold. And Anne, with her boundless imagination and open heart, was ready to write the next chapter of her life, knowing that Green Gables would always be her foundation and her inspiration. The stars above seemed to shimmer in agreement, their light a reminder that even the smallest spark could illuminate the darkest night. And, as Anne Shirley stood on the threshold of her future, she carried with her the lessons of love, loss, and the enduring power of hope. The city hummed with life, a symphony of neon lights and faint whispers of bottled emotions. In this world, emotions weren't just intangible feelings. They were currency, energy, and power. Along the main thoroughfares, sleek vending machines gleamed in their artificial glow, each stocked with neatly labeled bottles. The labels promised happiness, confidence, serenity, and, for the daring, passion. Lines of people stretched before these machines, their faces weary and drawn, desperate for a taste of what they no longer naturally produced. This was the reality K.O. knew too well, a society where emotions were extracted, refined, and consumed like any other commodity. The government regulated the industry under the guise of fairness, ensuring every citizen had access to a limited supply of basic feelings. But not all emotions were equal. A bottle of joy might cost a week's wages, while sorrow was practically free, a dark indulgence for the melancholic. Kyle stood in the shadow of a towering advertisement, its holographic display featuring a polished bottle of genuine happiness T&M. The model's glowing smile was a stark contrast to the dull, vacant expressions of those around him. He glanced at the people trudging by, clutching their precious bottles like lifelines. Some sipped sparingly, savoring each drop, while others downed their emotions in one reckless gulp, their pupils dilating as the chemical surge overwhelmed them. The city wasn't just divided by wealth, it was split by emotional access. In the affluent Sky District, where the elite lived in glittering towers, emotions flowed freely. These people radiated artificial joy, their laughter echoing from penthouse balconies. Meanwhile, in the shadow boroughs, where Kyle spent most of his time, desperation lingered in the air. The streets were grimy, and every corner housed someone looking to sell or steal their next dose. Kyle's gaze fell to a shivering woman huddled against a wall, cradling a small bottle of peace. Her fingers trembled as she unscrewed the cap and inhaled deeply. The tension in her face softened, her body relaxing against the concrete. But the relief was temporary. Within minutes, the peace would fade, and the desperation would return. That was the curse of bottled emotions. No matter how pure or potent, they were fleeting, leaving emptiness in their wake. Kyle shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and kept walking. He couldn't afford to linger. As an extractor, he was part of the system, the invisible cog that kept the machine running. It was his job to harvest raw emotions from donors, people who sold their feelings to survive. Some came willingly, trading memories of love or moments of pride for cash. Others had no choice, their emotions forcibly drained in government facilities or on the black market. The process was clinical, almost cold. Kyle's workplace, Emotion Works, was a sterile labyrinth of glass and steel. Each donor was strapped into a sleek chair, electrodes attached to their temples. A holographic display mapped their emotional reservoirs, showing which feelings were ripe for extraction. The technology was precise, targeting specific memories and siphoning the emotions attached to them. Kyle often wondered what it felt like to lose a piece of oneself like that. Did the donor notice an emptiness afterward, or was it subtle, a quiet absence they couldn't quite place? Despite his role in the system, Kyle hated it. He hated the blank stares of the donors, the way their faces twisted in pain as their most cherished memories were plucked away. He hated the way his superiors talked about emotions as though they were mere products, something to be quantified and sold. Most of all, he hated himself for being complicit. But he had no choice. The pay was decent, and he needed every credit to care for his younger sister, Lyra. Lyra had always been fragile, her emotional reserves unnaturally low. She relied on bottled emotions to get through the day, her favorites being courage and serenity. Kyle often brought home bottles from the facility, slipping them into her drawer before she woke. It was a small act of rebellion, a way to balance the scales in his mind. But it wasn't enough. Lyra's condition was worsening, and the doctors insisted she needed a rare, high-grade emotion to stabilize her system. Something he couldn't afford. Not legally, at least. The thought of Lyra brought Cale's steps to a halt. He found himself in front of an illegal dealer's stand, a ramshackle setup of crates and tarps tucked into the shadows of an alley. The dealer, a wiry man with a face like a hawk, eyed him warily. Bottles of every shape and color lined the table, their contents swirling with vibrant energy. Kyle's gaze lingered on a small vial labeled Unfiltered Joy. It shimmered like liquid gold, almost hypnotic in its allure. Looking for something special? The dealer asked, his voice low and gravelly. Kyle shook his head and walked away. He couldn't risk it. The government enforcers were everywhere, their dark uniforms blending into the city's shadows. They didn't just arrest illegal dealers, they hunted anyone caught in possession of unregulated emotions. The punishment was severe: imprisonment, emotional draining, or worse. The thought sent a shiver down Kyle's spine. He quickened his pace, weaving through the crowd until he reached his apartment building. The structure was old and crumbling, its facade scarred by years of neglect. Inside, the air was thick with dampness, the flickering lights casting eerie shadows on the walls. Kyle climbed the stairs to his unit, the weight of the day pressing down on him. In his small, cluttered apartment, Lyra was asleep on the couch, her chest rising and falling softly. Empty bottles littered the coffee table: courage, serenity, and a half-finished vial of contentment. Kyle sighed and gathered the bottles, placing them in the recycling chute. He stood for a moment, watching his sister's peaceful face. She deserved more than this life, more than a world where emotions were a luxury. As Kale leaned against the window, staring at the city below, he felt the familiar knot of frustration tighten in his chest. He longed for a way out, a chance to escape the suffocating grip of the emotion industry. But deep down, he knew there was no escape. Not for people like him. Outside, the neon lights pulsed rhythmically, a heartbeat for a city addicted to feeling. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed, a reminder of the chaos lurking beneath the surface. Kyle clenched his fists, his reflection in the glass mirroring his determination. If the world was going to keep taking, he would find a way to take back. He didn't know how yet, but one thing was certain. Change was coming. In a world where feelings were extracted, refined, and consumed like any other commodity, the science behind bottling emotions was both a marvel and a menace. At its core, the process was deceptively simple. Emotions were harvested from individuals, processed into their purest forms, and sealed into glass vials. But beneath the sterile facade of laboratories and machines lay a labyrinth of ethical dilemmas, technological innovation, and corporate greed. Hale often described his job as an extractor as pulling the soul from the cracks in someone's mind. It wasn't far from the truth. The technology, known as emotive resonance harvesting, ERH, was developed decades ago when scientists discovered that emotions had a measurable physical presence, a unique energy signature tied to specific memories. This energy, when extracted, could be distilled and preserved. The breakthrough promised solutions to mental health crises, emotional imbalances, and even productivity in a fast-paced society. The bottling process began with a donor, an individual whose emotions were ripe for extraction. Each donor underwent a series of evaluations to determine their emotional richness. Memories and experiences formed the foundation of this richness, with events tied to love, joy, and pride, yielding the highest quality emotions. Conversely, anger, sorrow, and fear were easier to extract but less valuable. The donor was seated in a sleek, ergonomic chair surrounded by a web of glowing wires. Sensors were attached to their temples, wrists, and heart to measure emotional resonance. A holographic display projected their memories, mapped out like constellations of light. A technician, often someone like Cale, used the ERH interface to identify key memories tied to the desired emotion. The system highlighted memories with the strongest emotional energy, offering a detailed preview of the donor's experiences. The decision of which memory to extract was both a science and an art. Too weak, and the yield was low. Too strong, and the donor might be left with permanent emotional scars. Once a memory was selected, the machine initiated a gentle but relentless siphoning process. The donor's body trembled as the machine pulled threads of glowing energy from their mind, the memory unraveling like a spool of golden thread. The energy was funneled into a cylindrical chamber, where it coalesced into a shimmering liquid. The raw emotional energy was then passed through a series of filters to remove impurities, fragments of unrelated feelings, residual memories, or traces of trauma. What emerged was a distilled essence, vibrant and alive, ready to be bottled. The final product was sealed in small glass vials, each labeled with the emotion's name, grade, and potency. The vials were designed to preserve the energy indefinitely, preventing degradation over time. The emotions were then distributed to consumers through tightly controlled channels. The government's Emotion Regulatory Agency, ERA, maintained strict oversight, dictating pricing, availability, and legality. Happiness, for instance, was a premium emotion, often out of reach for the average citizen. In contrast, sorrow and guilt were cheap and abundant, often marketed as cathartic indulgences. Emotions were categorized by their purity and potency. Tier 1 contained common emotions like sorrow, mild happiness, and anxiety, affordable but fleeting. Tier 2 was intermediate emotions, confidence, pride, serenity, moderately priced with stronger effects. Tier 3 had the rare emotions, true love, euphoria, passion, expensive and highly coveted, often reserved for the wealthy. Then there were the illegal emotions. These included dangerous or unregulated feelings, such as rage, unfiltered joy, or the mysterious euphoria absolute. The system was designed to perpetuate dependence. Consumers were never allowed more than a temporary escape, ensuring they returned for their next dose. The wealthy, however, could afford a constant supply, basking in a never-ending stream of curated feelings. Despite the industry's outward glamour, bottled emotions were not without consequences. Prolonged use led to a phenomenon known as emotional erosion, a condition where the brain's natural ability to generate feelings diminished over time. People who relied too heavily on bottled emotions found themselves hollow, unable to experience anything without artificial aid. Kyle had seen it firsthand. At Emotion Works, longtime customers would shuffle in, their faces gaunt and lifeless. They spoke in monotones, their eyes devoid of spark. Some begged for stronger emotions, hoping to reignite the fading flame within. Others simply surrendered, their emotional reserves drained beyond recovery. Another danger was the echo effect, where residual fragments of extracted emotions lingered in the donor's mind. These echoes could manifest as intrusive thoughts, sudden mood swings, or, in extreme cases, personality changes. The government assured the public that such cases were rare, but Kyle knew better. He had seen too many donors leave the facility looking like shells of their former selves. For all its regulation, the emotion industry was rife with corruption. The black market thrived, offering emotions the government deemed too dangerous or valuable for public consumption. Illegal dealers often cut their products with impurities, leading to unpredictable and sometimes catastrophic effects. Stories circulated of people losing their minds after consuming tainted emotions, their psyches splintered into chaos. Kyle had heard whispers about emotion farms, underground facilities where people were kept in perpetual states of heightened emotion to maximize extraction yields. These farms were said to be run by shadowy organizations, their locations hidden from even the government. The thought sickened him, though he couldn't deny the allure of their products. Black market emotions were potent and untamed, carrying a rawness that legal vials lacked. To Kale, the science of bottling emotions was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it was an incredible feat of human ingenuity, capable of alleviating suffering and enhancing lives. On the other, it was a parasitic industry, preying on people's vulnerabilities and exploiting their deepest experiences. He often wondered about the ethical implications of his work. Did donors truly consent, or were they coerced by poverty and desperation? Was it right to turn something as sacred as love or joy into a commodity? These questions haunted him, but he pushed them aside. He had no choice. Without this job, Lyra wouldn't survive. As he sat at his workstation, calibrating the ERH machine for another extraction, Kyle's thoughts drifted to the rare emotion he'd heard whispered about. Euphoria absolute. It was said to be the purest, most intense feeling ever extracted, capable of altering a person's very soul. The government denied its existence, claiming it was a myth. But Kale wasn't so sure. If it was real, it could change everything, for better or worse. The machine beeped, signaling the next donor's arrival. Kyle sighed and prepared for the extraction. Another memory to steal, another emotion to bottle. It was just another day in a world fueled by feelings, where science and ethics were as tangled as the emotions they harvested. Kyle sat hunched over his workstation, staring at the swirling vial of freshly extracted serenity in his hands. The liquid glowed faintly, a pale blue light that pulsed rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat. It was a high-purity batch, the kind that would fetch top credits if sold to the right buyer. But Kale knew better than to think about selling it himself. The government's enforcers were ruthless, and the black market was a maze of treachery. Yet, as he gazed at the vial, Cale couldn't help but wonder if there was another way. Some way to break free from the suffocating grip of the industry and save his sister. Kyle! A low, sharp voice called from behind him. Startled, he turned quickly, his fingers instinctively curling around the vial. A woman stood in the doorway of the extraction lab, her figure obscured by the shadows. The overhead lights flickered, briefly illuminating her face. She was striking, sharp cheekbones, dark eyes that glinted like polished obsidian, and lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. Her black leather coat gleamed under the dim light, hinting at an air of danger. "Who the hell are you?" Kyle asked, his voice low and wary. He glanced at the lab's security console, but the usual hum of surveillance cameras was suspiciously absent. The woman stepped forward, her boots clicking against the tiled floor. "A friend," she said, her tone dripping with something between amusement and menace. "Though I imagine you don't have many of those these days." Kyle narrowed his eyes. "You didn't answer my question." She smiled wider, stopping a few feet from him. "Call me Nix. I represent an alternative market." Kyle's chest tightened. The black market. Of course. He'd heard of people like Nix, dealers and brokers who operated outside the government's iron grip, trafficking in unregulated emotions and rare vials that could make or break a person's life. They were dangerous, untouchable, and always looking for a way to exploit someone like him. "You've got the wrong guy," Kyle said, setting the vial down and turning back to his console. "I'm not interested." Nix chuckled, the sound low and smooth like silk sliding over steel. "Oh, I think you are. You just don't know it yet." Kyle ignored her, but his hands trembled slightly as he adjusted the calibration settings on the machine. Nix took another step closer, her voice softening to a near whisper. "I know about Lyra," she said. Kyle froze. Slowly, he turned to face her, his jaw tightening. "What do you know about my sister?" "I know she's running out of time," Nix replied, her tone measured. "And I know that the treatment she needs isn't something you can afford, not through the legal channels anyway." Cale's fists clenched at his sides. "If you're trying to blackmail me..." "I'm offering you a way out," Nix interrupted, her voice sharp. She reached into her coat and pulled out a small black case. Setting it on the workstation, she flipped it open to reveal a vial unlike anything Cale had ever seen. The liquid inside shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors as if it were alive. "Euphoria absolute," Nix said, watching his reaction closely. "The rarest, most potent emotion ever extracted. One drop of this could rewrite someone's life." Kyle stared at the vial, his breath catching. He'd heard the rumors, stories of an emotion so pure and overwhelming that it could grant the consumer a transcendent experience, unlike anything they'd ever known. The government had officially denied its existence, labeling it a myth. But here it was, right in front of him. "It's real," Kyle murmured, barely audible. Nix smirked. "Oh, it's very real. And it's worth more than you could possibly imagine." Kyle tore his gaze away from the vial, his mind racing. "What do you want from me?" Nix leaned against the workstation, her expression turning serious. "I need you to extract more of it. The process is delicate, and only someone with your skill set can handle it." Kyle shook his head. If it's that rare, how do you even know I can extract it? We've been watching you, Kale, Nix said, her voice lowering. Your extraction records are impressive. You've managed to pull emotions from donors that others would have written off as dry. And you've done it without leaving a trace. That's exactly what I need. Kyle's stomach churned. The idea of being watched, of his every move scrutinized, sent a cold shiver down his spine. And if I say no? Nix's smile returned, but this time it didn't reach her eyes. You won't, because if you do, Lyra doesn't make it. Kyle's anger flared. He stepped closer to her, his voice a harsh whisper. If you think threatening my sister will... Relax, Nix said, raising a hand. This isn't a threat. It's an opportunity. Help me extract Euphoria Absolute, and I'll make sure Lyra gets everything she needs. The best emotions, the best care. She'll never have to worry again. Kyle's mind raced, the weight of her words pressing down on him. The promise of saving Lyra was almost too much to resist, but the cost, working with Nix, meant crossing a line he wasn't sure he could come back from. How do I know I can trust you? He asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Nix tilted her head, her dark eyes gleaming. You don't. But think about this, Kale. What other choice do you have? The government doesn't care about people like you or your sister. They'll bleed you dry and leave you with nothing. I'm offering you a way to take control. Kyle turned away, staring at the swirling vial of serenity on his workstation. The words, "take control," echoed in his mind, a bitter reminder of how little control he truly had. He thought about Lyra, her frail body curled up on their threadbare couch, her life slipping away bit by bit with every passing day. Could he really afford to say no? After a long silence, Kyle spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. What's the catch? Nix's smile widened. No catch. Just one rule. You don't ask questions. You do the job, you get paid, and your sister gets what she needs. Simple. Kyle turned to face her, his expression unreadable. And if something goes wrong? Then it's on me, Nix said, her tone firm. You're just the extractor. Leave the rest to me. Kyle hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to walk away. But deep down, he knew the decision had already been made. He couldn't let Lyra suffer, not when there was even the slightest chance to save her. Fine, he said finally. I'll do it. Nix's smile turned predatory. Good choice. Meet me tomorrow night at the Crimson Veil. We'll finalize the details there. With that, she turned and walked out of the lab, her coat billowing behind her. Kyle stood frozen, his mind a whirlwind of doubt and fear. He'd made his choice, but at what cost? As the door clicked shut behind her, Kale's gaze fell to the shimmering vial of Euphoria Absolute, still sitting on his workstation. It seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive, as if it could sense the chaos it would bring. And, for the first time in a long while, Kale felt the sting of true fear. The Crimson Veil was everything Kale imagined the underground market would be. Dark, chaotic, and alive with a dangerous kind of energy. Nestled beneath the crumbling ruins of an abandoned factory, it was a labyrinth of shadowed corridors and cavernous rooms lit by flickering neon signs. The air was thick with the mingling scents of smoke, sweat, and the faintly metallic tang of bottled emotions. To Kyle, it felt like stepping into the beating heart of the city's darkest secrets. Nix had given him directions to meet her at the market's core, a place known simply as the Abyss. It was where the most exclusive deals were made, the rarest emotions traded, and the most dangerous players gathered. As Kale descended the final flight of stairs into the underground, he pulled his jacket tighter around him, his every sense on high alert. The main hall of the market sprawled before him, a chaotic maze of stalls and makeshift booths. Vendors hawked their wares in hushed but urgent tones, their voices barely audible over the hum of the crowd. Bottles of every size and color were displayed like precious jewels, each one glowing faintly with the emotions trapped inside. Kyle's eyes roamed the offerings as he moved through the market, his curiosity battling with his unease. There were vials of passion that swirled with deep crimson hues, grief bottled in stormy shades of gray, and courage gleaming like liquid gold. One vendor held up a particularly vibrant vial of rage, the liquid inside crackling with faint sparks of energy. "Pure anger," the vendor murmured to a prospective buyer. "Extracted during a bar brawl last week, guaranteed to fuel you for days." Nearby, a woman in a tattered coat clutched a small bottle of solace, her trembling hands betraying her desperation. She glanced around nervously before slipping a few crumpled bills into the vendor's hand and disappearing into the crowd. Kyle swallowed hard. The desperation in her eyes was all too familiar. For many who came here, the market wasn't a choice. It was a last resort. The government's restrictions and exorbitant pricing pushed people into the shadows, forcing them to gamble on unregulated emotions. It was a cruel irony. In a world where emotions were a commodity, the poorest were left to scavenge for scraps. The further Kyle ventured, the more he realized how varied the clientele was. There were hardened criminals, their faces etched with scars and suspicion, bartering over rare vials with black market dealers. Wealthy elites, their features hidden behind ornate masks, browsed the stalls with detached curiosity, their bodyguards standing close by. And then there were the scavengers, street urchins and desperate souls who lingered at the edges of the crowd, hoping to snatch an unattended bottle or beg for a dealer's pity. Kyle's attention was drawn to a commotion near one of the larger booths. A man, wiry and wild-eyed, was shouting at a vendor, his voice cracking with panic. "This isn't pure," the man yelled, shaking a half-empty vial of joy. "You cut it with something. I can feel it. This isn't right." The vendor, a burly figure with a face like a bulldog, crossed his arms. "You get what you pay for, pal. You want premium, go find someone else. But I don't do refunds." The man's fury boiled over, and he lunged at the vendor, only to be intercepted by a pair of enforcers dressed in black leather. They hauled him away, his protests fading into the din of the market. The vendor shook his head, muttering under his breath, and returned to his stall as if nothing had happened. Kyle quickened his pace, his unease growing. This wasn't a place for second chances. One wrong move, one misplaced word, and you could disappear without a trace. After weaving through the crowded halls for what felt like hours, Kyle finally arrived at the Abyss. The space was unlike the rest of the market, spacious and eerily quiet, illuminated by a massive, glowing chandelier made of broken emotion vials. The liquid inside them shimmered and swirled, casting ghostly patterns of light across the walls. Nix was waiting for him near the center of the room, leaning casually against a sleek black table. Beside her stood a tall, broad-shouldered man with sharp features and a scar that ran from his temple to his jawline. His presence was imposing, his expression unreadable. "You're late," Nix said, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "I got lost," Cale replied, his tone flat. He glanced at the scarred man, who was watching him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "Who's this?" "Jareth," Nix said, gesturing to the man. "He handles logistics. Don't worry, he's on our side." Jareth didn't smile, but he offered a curt nod. Kyle wasn't reassured. "Let's get to it," Nix continued, pulling a black case from beneath the table. She opened it to reveal 6 empty vials, their glass surfaces etched with intricate patterns. "These are reinforced containment units. You'll need them for the extraction." Kyle frowned. "What's so special about these?" Nix's lips curved into a faint smile. "Euphoria Absolute is volatile. A standard vial can't handle it. These, however, are custom-made. They'll keep the emotion stable." Kyle picked up one of the vials, examining the delicate craftsmanship. "And the donor." "Already arranged," Nix said, her tone brisk. "A retired artist. His mind is a treasure trove of pure emotion. He doesn't know it yet, but he's agreed to the extraction." Kyle's stomach twisted. Agreed was a loose term in this world. Donors were often coerced, their desperation exploited by people like Nix. "What happens to him afterward?" Kale asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. Nix's smile didn't falter. "That's none of your concern. Your job is to extract the emotion. Nothing more." Kyle hesitated, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. He glanced around the abyss at the dealers and buyers making their quiet transactions. This place thrived on moral compromises. It was a world where survival meant turning a blind eye to the cost of your actions. Kyle hated it, but what choice did he have? Lyra's life depended on him. "Fine," he said finally, setting the vial back in the case. "When do we start?" Before Nix could answer, a voice echoed across the room. "Well, well, if it isn't the infamous Nix." Kyle turned to see a man stride into the abyss, flanked by a pair of heavily armed guards. He was tall and lean, dressed in an immaculate suit that seemed out of place in the grimy underground. His dark hair was slicked back and his smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "Jareth," the man said, nodding in mock respect. "Still running errands for your mistress, I see." Jareth stiffened, his hand twitching toward the weapon at his side. Nix, however, remained calm. "Jareth," she said quietly, "stand down." The man turned his attention to Cale, his gaze appraising. "And you must be the extractor I've heard so much about. You don't look like much, but I suppose that's the point." "Who are you?" Cale demanded, his voice steady despite the tension crackling in the air. "Jareth didn't tell you?" Nix said, her tone icy. "Meet Cyrus, the self-proclaimed king of the black market. He thinks he runs this place." Cyrus chuckled. "I don't think, Nix. I know. And I know what you're planning. Euphoria Absolute is too dangerous to be in your hands. Hand it over, and I might let you walk out of here alive." Nix's smile turned razor sharp. "You're welcome to try and take it." The room fell silent, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Kyle's heart pounded as he realized he'd just stepped into a war far bigger than himself. This was the underground market, a place where power, greed, and desperation collided. And Cale was caught in the middle, his every step pulling him deeper into the shadows. The extraction room was nothing like the clinical, government-regulated labs Cale was used to. This one, deep within the underbelly of the Crimson Veil, felt like a hybrid of arcane mysticism and cutting-edge technology. The walls were lined with blackened steel, pulsing faintly with veins of glowing circuitry that cast an eerie blue hue across the space. A circular extraction platform dominated the center of the room, its surface covered with etched runes and intricate patterns that looked more at home in a medieval manuscript than a laboratory. Kyle stood at the edge of the platform, his chest tight with unease. The reinforced containment vials Nix had provided were arranged neatly on a nearby table, their etched glass reflecting the faint, otherworldly glow of the room. Beside them sat an array of tools, needles, syringes, and sleek, tubular devices, all designed for one purpose: to extract the rarest and most potent emotions without destabilizing the donor or the energy itself. At the heart of the platform sat the donor, a man in his late 50s named Ewan. His face was lined with the kind of weariness that only years of struggle could etch, but his eyes held a quiet intensity. Nix had introduced him as a retired artist, someone whose life had been a tapestry of passion, heartbreak, and triumph. Ewan had agreed to the extraction, though Cale suspected he didn't fully understand what he'd signed up for. Few donors ever did. "Do you know why you're here, Ewan?" Kyle asked, his voice calm but laced with a hint of apprehension. Ewan nodded, his expression unreadable. "Nix said you need me, said I've got something special." Kyle glanced at Nix, who stood in the shadows near the door, her arms crossed. Her presence was a constant reminder of the stakes. If this went wrong, Kyle wouldn't just be risking Ewan's life, he'd be risking his own. "That's right," Cale said, turning back to Ewan. "Your memories hold a specific emotion, something rare and powerful. My job is to extract it." Ewan chuckled, a low, bitter sound. "Rare and powerful, huh? Never thought my misery would be worth anything." "It's not misery," Cale said quickly. "It's something far more unique, something few people ever experience. We call it euphoria absolute." Ewan's brow furrowed, and for a moment he looked almost afraid. "Euphoria? You're joking. My life's been nothing but struggle. How could I have... whatever that is?" Kyle hesitated, searching for the right words. Sometimes the most extraordinary emotions come from the deepest pain. Joy forged in the fires of hardship is purer, more intense. That's what we're looking for. Ewan didn't respond, but his hands tightened on the armrests of the chair. Kyle took a deep breath and moved to the control console, his fingers hovering over the holographic interface. The room's lights dimmed as the platform powered up, the etched patterns glowing brighter in response. A low hum filled the air, vibrating in Cale's chest like a second heartbeat. Cale initiated the first phase of the process, a preliminary scan to map Ewan's emotional resonance. A thin beam of light swept over the man's body, creating a three-dimensional projection of his neural and emotional pathways. The hologram flickered and stabilized, revealing a dense web of golden threads. Each one a memory, each one tied to a specific feeling. "Good," Cale murmured, his focus sharpening. "The resonance is strong." He tapped a few commands, isolating the threads that glowed brightest. These were the memories tied to the deepest, most intense emotions. As the machine worked, Ewan's holographic projection began to shift, replaying fragments of his life. Cale saw flashes of a young Ewan painting furiously in a dimly lit studio, his face streaked with tears and paint. He saw Ewan holding a woman's hand, their laughter echoing in a sunlit field. He saw Ewan standing alone in the rain, his shoulders hunched as he stared at a gravestone. "These memories," Kyle whispered, his voice tinged with awe. "They're incredible." Nyx stepped closer, her dark eyes fixed on the projection. "Can you isolate the euphoria?" Kyle nodded, though his hands trembled slightly as he worked. Extracting a specific emotion was always delicate, but euphoria absolute was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. The emotion was volatile, its resonance so intense that even the smallest mistake could cause a catastrophic feedback loop. He pinpointed the source, a memory buried deep within Ewan's mind, glowing with an almost blinding intensity. It was tied to a single moment, one that seemed to encapsulate both the greatest joy and the deepest sorrow of his life. "Found it," Kyle said, his voice barely audible. The machine projected the memory onto the room's central display, and Cale felt his breath catch. The scene unfolded like a vivid dream. Ewan was standing on a stage, a gallery of his paintings displayed behind him. The room was filled with people, their applause thunderous as they rose to their feet. Ewan's face was alight with joy, his eyes glistening with tears. But there was something else, a shadow of pain that lingered beneath the surface. As the memory continued, the applause faded, replaced by a quieter moment. Ewan stood alone in the gallery, staring at a single painting, a portrait of the woman he had loved and lost. The euphoria of his triumph mingled with the ache of her absence, creating an emotion so profound it defied description. "That's it," Cale said, his voice trembling. "That's the source." He activated the extraction module, and the machine's hum deepened. A series of thin, glowing filaments extended from the platform, connecting to Ewan's temples. The man winced, but didn't cry out, his hands gripping the armrests tightly. "Hold still," Kyle instructed, his eyes locked on the console. The extraction began, the glowing threads of memory unraveling and spiraling toward the containment chamber. The liquid inside swirled violently, its colors shifting and pulsing with a life of their own. Ewan's breathing grew ragged, his face contorted with pain. "What's happening?" he gasped. "You're reliving the memory," Cale said, his tone steady despite the tension in his chest. "It's part of the process. Just hold on." The machine's readings spiked, warning lights flashing across the console. Kyle's heart pounded as he scrambled to stabilize the extraction. The emotion was stronger than anticipated, its intensity threatening to overload the system. "This is too much," he muttered, his fingers flying across the interface. "Nyx, we need to stop." "No," Nyx snapped, her voice cutting through his protests. "We can't stop now. Keep going." Kyle gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his brow. The containment vial began to glow brighter, the liquid inside thrashing against the glass. It was like trying to cage a storm. "Ewan, hold on," Kyle shouted, his voice strained. The man let out a strangled cry, his body convulsing as the final threads of the memory were pulled free. The containment vial sealed with a sharp hiss, the liquid inside settling into a luminous, shimmering gold. The machine powered down, the hum fading into silence. Kyle rushed to Ewan's side, his heart racing. The man was pale, his breathing shallow, but his eyes fluttered open. "Ewan?" Kyle said, his voice soft. "Can you hear me?" Ewan nodded weakly, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Did you get it?" Kyle glanced at the vial, still glowing with an otherworldly light. "He got it." Nyx stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the vial. She picked it up carefully, her expression a mixture of triumph and reverence. "Beautiful," she murmured. "Absolutely beautiful." Kyle didn't share her elation. His hands trembled as he checked Ewan's vitals, the weight of what they'd just done pressing down on him. "Is he going to be okay?" Kyle asked, his voice edged with anger. Nyx shrugged. "He's alive. That's what matters." Kyle clenched his fists, but he held his tongue. Ewan had survived, but at what cost? The man's eyes were distant, his expression hollow. It was as if the extraction had taken more than just a memory. It had taken a piece of his soul. As Nyx turned to leave, the vial clutched tightly in her hand. Kyle felt a surge of unease. This wasn't just about saving Lyra anymore. He'd seen the power of Euphoria Absolute, and he knew it was a weapon in the wrong hands. And Nyx's hands, he realized, were as wrong as they came. Kyle stood in the dim light of the extraction chamber, his mind swirling as he replayed the events of the night. Ewan was resting, his breathing shallow, and Nyx had disappeared with the vial of Euphoria Absolute, leaving Kale with only questions and a heavy sense of foreboding. The extraction had been more volatile than anything he'd ever encountered. But it wasn't just the process that unsettled him. It was the feeling that he'd unleashed something far beyond his control. As Kale exited the chamber, the air in the Crimson Vale felt heavier, more oppressive. The usual chaos of the underground market seemed muted, its vibrant energy replaced with whispers and furtive glances. Something was wrong. Kyle pulled his hood over his head and moved quickly through the winding corridors, his thoughts racing. Nyx had promised answers, but her abrupt departure left him with nothing but unease. He arrived at the rendezvous point she'd mentioned earlier, a secluded back room lit by a single hanging bulb. Nyx was already there, sitting at a metal table with the vial of Euphoria Absolute placed carefully before her. Beside her stood Jareth, his hulking frame casting a long shadow across the room. "You took your time," Nyx said, her tone sharp but laced with amusement. Kyle ignored her jab and pointed to the vial. "What happens now? You said we'd talk." Nyx smirked and leaned back in her chair. "Patience, Kyle. All in good time." Nyx gestured for him to sit, and reluctantly he did. The vial gleamed between them, its golden contents shifting and swirling as if alive. Kyle couldn't tear his eyes away from it. "That," Nyx said, nodding toward the vial, "is more than just an emotion. It's power." "Power to do what?" Kyle asked, his voice tight. "To change everything," Nyx replied. "The government has controlled emotions for too long. They decide who gets to feel joy, who gets to feel courage, who gets to feel anything at all. But with this, we can rewrite the rules." Kyle frowned, suspicion creeping into his voice. "And by we, you mean you?" Nyx's smile widened, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I mean all of us who've been crushed under their boot. You're smarter than you look, Kale. Surely you've seen it. The way they manipulate people, the way they strip us of our humanity and sell it back to us in bottles." Kyle clenched his fists. He had seen it. He'd lived it. but there was something in Nix's tone, something calculating that made him uneasy. "And what's your plan?" he asked, his voice low. "You think one vial is going to topple the entire system?" Nix leaned forward, her dark eyes glinting. "This isn't just any vial. Euphoria Absolute isn't an emotion. It's an awakening. One drop of this and people won't just feel. They'll see. They'll understand what's been taken from them. It's the spark that will ignite the fire." Kyle stared at her, his unease growing. It sounded too good to be true, too simple. "And what happens when the fire burns out of control?" Nix's smile faltered, and for a moment her expression turned cold. "That's not your concern. You did your job, Kale. Now let me do mine." Before Kale could respond, the door to the room burst open, and Cyrus strode in, his presence as commanding as ever. 2 armed guards flanked him, their weapons gleaming in the dim light. "Well, well," Cyrus said, his voice dripping with mockery. "I wondered where you'd scurried off to, Nix. And here you are, plotting revolution like a proper cliché." Nix's eyes narrowed, and Jareth stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of a blade at his side. "You're out of your depth, Cyrus," she said coolly. "This doesn't concern you." "Oh, but it does," Cyrus replied, his gaze shifting to the vial on the table. "You see, I can't let you unleash that chaos into my market. I have a delicate ecosystem here, and your little plan threatens to upset the balance." Kyle's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was caught between 2 powerful figures, each with their own agenda, and the vial of Euphoria Absolute was the prize. "Nix," Kyle said, his voice firm, "you said this was about breaking the government's control, but now it sounds like you just want to replace it." Nix shot him a sharp look. "Don't be naive, Kyle. Change requires sacrifice. If a few systems fall, so be it." Cyrus chuckled. "Listen to her, Kyle. She's not a savior. She's just another tyrant in the making." "And you're any better?" Kale shot back, his frustration boiling over. Cyrus's smile didn't waver. "I don't pretend to be anything I'm not. I run a business. I deal in emotions, and I keep the chaos contained. People like Nix? They'd burn the whole world down just to watch it burn." Before anyone could react, Jareth drew his blade and lunged at Cyrus. The room erupted into chaos as Cyrus's guards opened fire, the deafening crack of gunshots reverberating off the steel walls. Kale dove for cover, his heart pounding as bullets ricocheted around him. Nix snatched the vial from the table and slipped it into her coat, her movements swift and calculated. "Kale!" she shouted over the noise. "Stay with me." But Kale didn't move. Something inside him had shifted, a realization that he couldn't trust Nix any more than he could trust Cyrus. Both of them were playing a game, and he was just a pawn. As the gunfire subsided, Kale saw Jareth standing over one of Cyrus's guards, his blade dripping with blood. Cyrus had retreated toward the door, his face a mask of fury. "This isn't over," Cyrus snarled. "You've made a powerful enemy, Nix." "Get in line," Nix shot back, her tone icy. Cyrus disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a room littered with broken furniture and bodies. Nix turned to Kyle, her expression unreadable. "Are you coming or not?" she asked. Kyle hesitated, his mind racing. He thought of Lyra, of the promise Nix had made, and of the vial now hidden in her coat. Could he really trust her to keep her word? Or was she just another manipulator, using him to further her own agenda? "No," Cale said finally, his voice steady. "I'm not coming with you." Nyx's eyes widened in surprise, but only for a moment. Her expression quickly hardened. "Don't be stupid, Cale. You're in this whether you like it or not." "Maybe," Cale said, taking a step back, "but I won't be your pawn." Nyx's gaze turned cold, and she shook her head. "You'll regret this." She turned and disappeared into the shadows, Jareth following close behind. Cale stood alone in the wreckage, his heart pounding. The vial was gone, and with it, any chance of undoing what he'd set in motion. But as Cale stared at the empty table, a spark of determination flared within him. He didn't need Nyx or Cyrus to make things right. If the vial was as powerful as they claimed, he couldn't let it fall into the wrong hands. Any hands. Kyle stepped out of the room and into the chaotic corridors of the Crimson Vale, his mind set. He had no plan, no allies, and no idea where to start. But one thing was clear. The game wasn't over yet, and for the first time, Kyle was ready to play. Kyle stepped out of the Crimson Vale and into a city teetering on the edge of pandemonium. The air was electric with tension, the streets abuzz with whispers about the vial of Euphoria Absolute. Rumors had spread like wildfire, carried by the same black market channels that Nyx had navigated so skillfully. Everyone wanted it. Criminals, collectors, rebels, and even the government. The chaos Nyx had promised was no longer a future threat. It had already begun. The first sign of trouble came as Cale turned onto a main thoroughfare. A group of enforcers, clad in their black uniforms and glowing helmets, had cordoned off a section of the street. They were searching people at random, their harsh voices cutting through the crowd. Nearby, a young woman was pleading with one of them, clutching a small vial of bottled confidence as though her life depended on it. "It's legal," she cried, her voice trembling. "I bought it from a licensed vendor." The enforcer didn't respond. He grabbed the vial from her hand, examined it briefly, and then smashed it against the ground. The woman dropped to her knees, her sobs drowned out by the noise of the crowd. Kyle clenched his fists and turned away, his pace quickening. The government's presence in the streets had grown more aggressive since Nyx's plan had come to light. They weren't just searching for the vial, they were using the chaos as an excuse to tighten their grip on the city. Every shadow seemed to hold a pair of watchful eyes, and every corner felt like a trap. As Cale moved deeper into the city, the chaos became impossible to ignore. Fires burned in the distance, their orange glow painting the skyline with ominous flickers. Protesters clashed with enforcers in the central square, their shouts of defiance echoing through the air. Bottled emotions had become both weapons and shields. Vials of rage hurled like Molotov cocktails, courage consumed to stand against the batons and tear gas of the enforcers. Kyle passed a group of masked figures huddled around a makeshift table in an alley. They were dealing unregulated emotions, their voices hushed but urgent. One of them held up a vial of grief, its stormy contents swirling violently. "This one's pure," the dealer said, his tone insistent. "Pulled from a funeral, right at the peak of mourning, perfect for numbing the pain." Kyle didn't stop to watch the transaction. He had no time to dwell on the desperation that surrounded him. He needed to find Nyx and the vial. His earlier resolve to stay out of her war had crumbled as he witnessed the chaos she had unleashed. If Euphoria Absolute fell into the wrong hands, or if Nyx used it the way she intended, the city wouldn't just descend into disorder. It would burn. Kyle's search led him to a small tavern tucked away in the Shadow Burrows, a place he and Nix had used as a meeting point in the past. The atmosphere inside was tense, the usual din of laughter and conversation replaced by quiet murmurs. Patrons sat hunched over their drinks, their eyes darting nervously toward the door with every creak of the hinges. Kyle approached the bartender, a grizzled man with a scar running down his cheek. "I'm looking for Nix," he said, keeping his voice low. The bartender's gaze flicked to Kale, his expression unreadable. "You're not the first one asking about her." "What do you mean?" Kyle demanded. "She's got half the city chasing her," the bartender replied, leaning in closer. "Word is, she's holed up near the old docks. But be careful. Cyrus has people everywhere. They're hunting her, and anyone caught in the middle won't live to see tomorrow." Kyle nodded and slid a few credits across the counter. The bartender pocketed the money without another word, and Kale turned to leave. As he reached the door, a voice called out behind him, "You won't make it." Kyle turned to see a figure sitting in the shadows, their face obscured by a hood. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked. "She'll betray you," the figure said, their tone calm but chilling. "Nix isn't fighting for anyone but herself. Whatever promises she made to you, they're lies." Kyle's jaw tightened. He didn't need the warning. Deep down, he already knew. The docks were a desolate stretch of crumbling warehouses and rusted shipping containers, their once bustling activity now a distant memory. Kyle moved cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the damp, uneven ground. The air was thick with the smell of salt and decay, the distant sound of waves breaking against the shore the only sign of life. He found Nix in an abandoned warehouse, surrounded by a small group of loyalists. The vial of Euphoria Absolute rested on a makeshift altar, its golden glow casting long shadows across the room. Nix stood at the center, her presence commanding despite the tension in the air. "You're persistent," she said as Kale approached. Her tone was casual, but her eyes were sharp, watching him carefully. Kyle didn't mince words. "This has to stop, Nix. Look outside. This city is falling apart. You said this was about breaking the government's control, but all you've done is create chaos." Nix's expression darkened. "Chaos is necessary, Kale. You can't build something new without tearing down the old." "And what happens when there's nothing left to build on?" Kale shot back. "People are dying, Nix. You've turned this city into a battlefield." Nix stepped closer, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Don't lecture me, Kale. You've seen what they've done to us, what they've done to your sister. This is the only way to make them pay." Kyle shook his head. "This isn't justice. It's revenge." Before Nix could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed through the warehouse. Kyle turned to see Cyrus and his men entering, their weapons drawn. The air grew heavy with tension, the room crackling with the anticipation of violence. "End of the line, Nix," Cyrus said, his voice smooth but menacing. "Hand over the vial, and I might let you live." Nix's loyalists raised their weapons, but she held up a hand, stopping them. "You think I'm afraid of you, Cyrus?" she said, her tone defiant. "You're nothing but a parasite, feeding off the scraps of a broken system." "And you're a delusional fool," Cyrus retorted. "You think that vial is the answer? It's a ticking time bomb, and you're too blind to see it." Kale's gaze flicked between them, his mind racing. The vial sat unguarded on the altar, its glow mesmerizing. It was the key to everything: the chaos, the conflict, and the potential for something far worse. If it fell into Cyrus's hands, the city would spiral further into darkness. But if Nyx used it, there might not be a city left to save. As the standoff escalated, Kyle made his move. He sprinted toward the altar, his heart pounding as he reached for the vial. A shot rang out, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. Pain exploded in Cale's shoulder, but he ignored it, his fingers closing around the vial just as Cyrus and Nyx lunged for him. Cale didn't stop to think. With every ounce of strength he had left, he smashed the vial against the ground. The golden liquid erupted into a blinding light, a wave of energy that rippled outward and engulfed the room. For a moment, everything was silent. Then came the screams. Kyle fell to his knees, his vision swimming as the energy washed over him. It was overwhelming, a flood of emotions so intense that it felt like his mind was being torn apart. He saw flashes of memories that weren't his own, felt joy, sorrow, love, and despair all at once. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The warehouse was in ruins, its walls scorched and crumbling. Nyx and Cyrus were gone, their fates unknown. The city outside was eerily quiet, the chaos momentarily stilled by the shockwave of Euphoria Absolute's release. Kyle sat in the wreckage, his body battered and his mind reeling. He had destroyed the vial, but at what cost? The city was forever changed, and so was he. As he stumbled to his feet, one thought echoed in his mind. The fight wasn't over. It had only just begun. Kyle staggered through the ruined warehouse, his head pounding from the aftershocks of Euphoria Absolute's release. The golden explosion had left him dazed, his senses overwhelmed by a flood of emotions that weren't entirely his own. For a moment, he had felt everything. The raw, unfiltered experiences of countless lives tangled with his own memories. The beauty and agony of it all still clung to him like a phantom, an unshakable weight. The city outside was eerily quiet. The riotous chaos that had engulfed it hours earlier seemed to have vanished, replaced by an unnatural stillness. Kyle stumbled to the shattered remains of the warehouse doors, his footsteps crunching against shards of glass and debris. When he stepped into the street, the eerie silence gave way to distant murmurs, a city holding its breath. The scene before him was surreal. The once crowded streets were nearly deserted, save for scattered groups of people huddled together, their faces pale and drawn. Some sat on the ground, clutching their heads as though trying to process what had just happened. Others stared at Cale as he passed, their eyes wide with fear or awe. Kyle overheard snippets of conversations as he moved through the city. Did you feel that? It was like I was someone else. It wasn't just me, right? I saw things that weren't mine. I think I felt her pain, my sister's pain from years ago. The wave of Euphoria Absolute had connected them all in a way they couldn't fully comprehend. It had torn down the barriers between people, exposing them to the raw essence of humanity. For some, it was a revelation. For others, it was a nightmare. Kyle's shoulder throbbed where the bullet had grazed him, but he pressed on. His mind was racing, torn between conflicting thoughts. He had destroyed the vial, but the fallout was far greater than he'd anticipated. Nyx's plan to incite rebellion had been set in motion, but in a way neither she nor Cyrus could have predicted. The people weren't rioting anymore. They were questioning, searching, desperate to understand what they had felt. And Cale wasn't sure what to do next. He didn't have to wonder for long. As he turned a corner, he found Nyx waiting for him in the shadows of a crumbling building. Her coat was torn, her hair disheveled, but her eyes burned with the same fierce determination he had seen before. She stepped into his path, her presence as commanding as ever. "You couldn't leave it alone, could you?" she said, her voice sharp but tinged with something else, an emotion Kyle couldn't quite place. Kyle stopped, his breathing ragged. "I had to. You saw what it was doing, Nyx. If I hadn't destroyed it, the city would have..." "Would have what?" she snapped, cutting him off. "Burned? Fallen apart? Open your eyes, Kyle. The city's already broken. All I did was show people the truth." "The truth?" Cale barked out a bitter laugh. "You think this is truth? People are lost, Nyx. They don't know what to do with what they've felt. You've made them pawns in your war." Nyx's expression hardened. "This isn't about me. It's about tearing down the system that's kept us chained. Euphoria Absolute was the key, and you..." She jabbed a finger at his chest, her voice rising. "You destroyed it." Cale met her gaze, unflinching. "Because you didn't care what it would cost. People aren't tools, Nyx. You can't just use them and throw them away when they've served their purpose." For a moment, they stood in tense silence, the weight of their shared anger and frustration hanging in the air. Then Nyx's expression shifted, the fire in her eyes dimming slightly. "You don't get it, do you?" she said softly. "This isn't about power. It's about survival. People like us, people like your sister, we don't get to live in their world. We scrape by while they bottle the things that make us human and sell them to the highest bidder." Kyle's jaw tightened. He couldn't argue with her on that point. He had seen the system's cruelty firsthand. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Nyx's methods were just as dangerous as the system she claimed to fight. Before Cale could respond, another voice cut through the silence. "She's right about one thing." Kyle and Nyx turned to see Cyrus emerging from the shadows, flanked by two of his enforcers. His suit was immaculate despite the chaos, and his smile was as sharp as ever. "This city's a mess," Cyrus said, his tone smooth and confident. "But chaos is opportunity, and you, Cale, have just handed me the biggest opportunity of all." Kyle tensed, his hand instinctively moving to the blade at his side. "What are you talking about?" Cyrus's smile widened. "That little explosion of yours? It changed the game. The people aren't just questioning the system now. They're questioning everything. And they're scared. Scared people are easy to control." "You're disgusting," Nyx spat, her voice dripping with venom. Cyrus ignored her, his focus locked on Kyle. "You're the one they're talking about, Kyle. The extractor who destroyed Euphoria Absolute. The man who felt it all. That makes you valuable. Join me, and we can shape this chaos into something profitable. Something sustainable." Kyle stared at him, his stomach twisting with revulsion. "You want to keep exploiting them, just like always." Cyrus shrugged. "Exploitation is inevitable. The only question is who profits from it." Cale's hands clenched into fists as he looked between Nyx and Cyrus. Both of them wanted to use the chaos for their own ends. Nyx to fuel her revolution, Cyrus to solidify his control. Neither path felt right. Both would leave the city in ruins, its people caught in an endless cycle of suffering. He thought of Lyra, of the quiet moments they shared in their tiny apartment. He thought of the people he had seen on the streets, their faces etched with desperation and hope. And he thought of the wave of emotions that had swept through him when Euphoria Absolute exploded. The shared humanity that connected them all, even in their brokenness. Kyle took a deep breath and stepped back, his voice steady but resolute. "No, I'm not choosing either of you." Nix's eyes widened in shock. "Kale, don't." "I've seen what your plans lead to," Kyle said, cutting her off. He turned to Cyrus. "And I know what yours will do. You're both wrong." Cyrus's smile faltered, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. "Be careful, Kale. You're making enemies you can't afford to have." "I've already made them," Kyle said. "But I'm done being a pawn." He turned and walked away, his heart pounding as he left them behind. Nix called after him, her voice tinged with desperation. "You can't fix this alone, Kyle. You'll need help." Kyle didn't stop. He didn't have a plan, but he knew one thing. The city didn't need another tyrant or another savior. It needed something different, something better. And Kyle was determined to find it. Kyle lingered in the aftermath of Euphoria Absolute's release, staring at the city he had just unwittingly transformed. The streets outside the warehouse had gone eerily silent in the moments after the explosion, as though the entire city had drawn a collective breath. He knew the light he had unleashed had swept far beyond the immediate vicinity. It had reached deep into the veins of the city, tearing through barriers both physical and emotional, and leaving its mark on every soul it touched. But Kale had no illusions about the weight of what he had done. The vial's destruction had not brought peace, nor had it resolved the injustices that had plagued the city for decades. It had fractured something deep within its foundations, leaving the people exposed to the raw, unfiltered truth of themselves and each other. That exposure had ignited something powerful, but whether it was hope or despair, Kyle couldn't yet tell. In the days following the explosion, the city seemed suspended between two extremes. On one side, people had been invigorated by the flood of shared humanity, their newfound understanding sparking acts of solidarity and compassion. On the other, many had been broken by the intensity of the emotions they had experienced, unable to process the overwhelming deluge of feelings that weren't entirely their own. Kyle saw the effects firsthand as he moved through the city. A man stood on a corner, speaking fervently to a small crowd about the connections they had all felt during the explosion. "We've been divided for too long," he shouted. "That feeling, it showed us what they've taken from us. We can be more than this." Not far from him, a woman sat alone, clutching her knees and rocking back and forth, tears streaming down her face. Kyle recognized the signs. Someone who had been overwhelmed by the memories they had absorbed during the event. The light of Euphoria Absolute had illuminated the truth of their existence, but for some, it was too much to bear. The government responded predictably, cracking down harder than ever. Enforcers swept through the streets, detaining anyone who spoke too loudly about the explosion or the emotions it had unleashed. Vendors dealing unregulated emotions were arrested en masse, their products confiscated and destroyed in public burnings meant to serve as warnings. But the crackdown only fueled the simmering unrest. The more the government tightened its grip, the more people began to push back. Kyle knew he couldn't simply disappear into the background. The explosion had made him a central figure in the city's turmoil, whether he wanted it or not. People began whispering his name, their stories of him growing with each retelling. Some called him a hero, the man who had freed them from the chains of emotional oppression. Others called him a fool, accusing him of breaking the fragile balance that had kept the city from falling into chaos. Kyle hated both labels. He wasn't a savior, nor was he the cause of all the city's ills. He was just a man who had made a choice that had spiraled beyond his control. One evening, a group of protesters stopped him as he made his way through a crowded street. Their leader, a wiry man with piercing eyes, grabbed Kale's arm. "You did this," the man said, his voice a mixture of anger and desperation. "You showed us what they've been hiding. But what are you going to do about it?" Kyle stared at the man, his heart sinking. He didn't have an answer. "You can't leave us like this," the man pressed. "We've seen the truth now. We can't go back." Kyle pulled his arm free and walked away, the man's words ringing in his ears. He had unleashed something far bigger than himself, and now the city was looking to him for guidance he didn't know how to provide. Kyle's first instinct was to retreat, to return to Lyra and shield himself from the chaos. But he quickly realized that hiding wasn't an option. The city was unraveling, and the people needed someone who could bridge the gap between the old world and whatever came next. Kyle didn't want to leave, but he could help them understand what had happened and why it mattered. He began speaking to small groups, sharing his story and explaining what Euphoria Absolute had been. It wasn't a weapon, he told them. It wasn't something to be used against each other. It was a reminder, a glimpse of what we could be if we stopped letting them control us. Some people listened, others didn't. But Kyle kept talking, moving from one corner of the city to the next, planting seeds of understanding wherever he could. He wasn't a revolutionary like Nyx, nor was he a manipulator like Cyrus. He was simply a witness, and that was enough. Nyx and Cyrus, meanwhile, had vanished from the public eye, their war put on hold by the fallout of Euphoria Absolute. Rumors abounded that Nyx was rallying her loyalists for another strike, that Cyrus was consolidating his resources to crush any opposition. Kale didn't care. They had both played their parts in the city's descent into chaos, and he wanted nothing to do with them. But their absence left a void, and Kale knew it was only a matter of time before someone tried to fill it. He saw signs of power struggles brewing in the shadows, smaller factions rising to stake their claims, opportunists looking to capitalize on the uncertainty. The city's future was a fragile thing, and it would take more than words to hold it together. The price of Kyle's actions weighed heavily on him. He often thought of Ewan, the artist who had unknowingly provided the essence of Euphoria Absolute. Kale visited him one last time in the clinic, bringing a sketch pad and a set of pencils as a small gesture of gratitude. Ewan's eyes were distant, his spirit a shadow of what it had once been. But when Kale handed him the sketch pad, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Slowly, Ewan began to draw, his movements hesitant but deliberate. Kyle watched in silence, hoping that the act of creation might help the man reclaim a piece of himself. Kyle's nights were haunted by echoes of the explosion, the memories and emotions that had coursed through him replaying in his dreams. But amidst the pain, there were moments of clarity. Visions of a city where people no longer relied on bottled emotions to survive, where they could feel freely and fully without fear or oppression. As the weeks turned into months, the city began to find its footing. The scars of the explosion remained, but so did the connections it had forged. People began to rebuild, not just their homes and businesses, but their relationships with one another. They started sharing their stories, their fears, their hopes. The bottled emotions that had once defined their lives became less central, their allure fading in the light of something more profound. Kyle watched this transformation with cautious hope. He didn't know what the future held, but he knew he had done the right thing. The price of emotions had been steep, but the reward was worth it. A city where people could begin to reclaim what had been taken from them. One evening, Kyle and Lyra sat on the rooftop of their apartment, watching the city lights flicker in the distance. "Do you think it's over?" Lyra asked, her voice soft. Kyle shook his head. "It's not over," he said, "but it's a start." The city was wrapped in winter's icy grip, its cobblestone streets coated with a thin layer of snow that crunched underfoot. A bitter wind howled through narrow alleyways, carrying tiny shards of ice that stung exposed skin. The sun, weak and pale, hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the rooftops. It was Christmas Eve, but the cheer that filled the hearts of some could not thaw the cold reality that gripped others. The bustling market square stood at the center of the city, alive with the sights and sounds of the season. Shoppers, bundled in thick coats and scarves, haggled over roasted chestnuts and fresh bread, their laughter and chatter rising into the frosty air. Stalls adorned with holly and pine offered brightly wrapped parcels, golden trinkets, and ornaments that sparkled like jewels. The smell of mulled wine and spiced cider mingled with the aroma of roasted meats, creating a tantalizing mix that hinted at feasts waiting to be devoured. Yet, not far from this scene of abundance, the city revealed a different face. In the shadowed corners of the square, the poorer folk huddled together for warmth, their thin garments offering little protection against the elements. Children with hollow cheeks and sunken eyes darted between the crowds, begging for scraps or pennies. Their pleas were often met with hurried footsteps or averted gazes, as those more fortunate focused on their own merriment. The architecture of the city mirrored its dichotomy. The grand houses of the wealthy, with their ornate facades and glowing windows, lined the main thoroughfares like sentinels of prosperity. Inside, the glow of chandeliers illuminated opulent dining rooms, where families gathered around tables laden with fine china and silverware. Fires roared in grand hearths, casting a golden warmth that seemed to mock the frigid world beyond. In stark contrast, the poorer districts sprawled outward like forgotten remnants of another era. The buildings there leaned against one another for support, their crumbling walls streaked with soot. Icicles hung like daggers from broken eaves, and the streets were strewn with debris that no one bothered to clear. Here, the air was heavy with the smell of dampness and decay, a stark reminder of the hardships endured by those who called this place home. Through these streets walked the little match girl, her slight figure almost lost in the crowd. She was no older than 8, her frame so thin that she seemed more shadow than substance. Her clothes, once perhaps a faded blue, had been patched and repatched until little of the original fabric remained. Her feet, bare and raw, left faint, bloody prints in the snow. She clutched a bundle of matches tightly to her chest, her only hope for a meal, or even the faintest hint of warmth. The biting wind tugged at her golden hair, which spilled from beneath a tattered bonnet like rays of sunlight breaking through a stormy sky. Her cheeks, reddened by the cold, bore a beauty that only the innocent possess, though it was marred by the dirt and grime of her circumstances. Her eyes, wide and blue as a winter morning, held a mixture of hope and desperation, searching the faces of passers-by for even the smallest sign of kindness. She paused beneath a flickering gas lamp, its pale light offering a faint reprieve from the encroaching darkness. Around her, the festive chaos of the city continued unabated. Carriages rattled over uneven stones, their wheels kicking up slush. Street vendors shouted their wares, their voices carrying over the din of jingling bells and distant carolers. But for the little match girl, it was as though she stood in a world apart, unseen and unheard, a ghost in the land of the living. A few steps away, a group of well-dressed children gathered around a toy stall, their laughter echoing like music in the cold air. They marveled at the miniature soldiers, wind-up dolls, and intricately carved wooden horses, their faces aglow with delight. One of the boys clutched a shiny red apple, taking a bite that sent a burst of steam into the frigid air. The little match girl watched them for a moment, her fingers tightening around the matches as if to draw strength from their meager warmth. Farther down the street, a man in a top hat and a fur-lined coat strode briskly past her, his boots polished to a mirror shine. He carried a large parcel wrapped in bright paper, the scent of freshly baked pastries wafting from within. The little match girl hesitated, her lips parting as if to speak, but the words froze in her throat. The man didn't notice her. His eyes were fixed ahead, his mind perhaps on the feast that awaited him. The hours passed, and the city's atmosphere grew ever more festive. The bells of a nearby church began to chime, their deep, resonant tones carrying a solemn reminder of the holiday's true meaning. Yet, for all its beauty, the sound only deepened the little match girl's loneliness. She thought of her small, dark room at home, where the stove had long since gone cold, and her father's temper burned hotter than any flame. It was a place she dreaded returning to, though her empty stomach and numb limbs urged her to seek shelter. As twilight descended, the city took on an otherworldly glow. The snow-covered rooftops glistened under the light of the gas lamps, and the windows of the wealthier homes sparkled like jewels. It was a scene of beauty and wonder, a perfect picture of Christmas joy. Yet, beneath its surface lay a stark truth. For every family gathered around a fire, for every child unwrapping gifts, there were countless others left out in the cold. The little match girl looked up at the sky, where the first stars of the evening began to appear. Their cold, distant light seemed to mock her plight, offering no warmth or solace. She let out a small sigh, her breath forming a faint cloud that quickly dissipated. Clutching her matches even tighter, she stepped away from the gas lamp and into the shadows, her small figure disappearing into the night. The city carried on, oblivious to her struggle. It was a world of contrasts, of warmth and cold, joy and sorrow, abundance and want. And, in the midst of it all, the little match girl moved like a fragile ember, flickering against the vast, uncaring winter. The little match girl's life was a portrait of quiet suffering, painted in muted hues of hardship and resilience. She was not always the frail, barefoot figure trudging through snow-covered streets with a bundle of matches clutched to her chest. There was a time when her cheeks were plump, her laughter bright, and her small hands uncalloused by labor. But those memories were like fragments of a dream, scattered and fading under the weight of her harsh reality. Born into a family that once knew modest comfort, her early years were marked by warmth and love. Her mother, a gentle woman with soft hands and a voice like a lullaby, would hum tunes as she braided the little girl's golden hair by the light of their small hearth. Their home, though simple, was filled with a sense of security. Her father worked as a carpenter, his strong hands crafting wooden toys and furniture that bore the faint scent of pine. The little match girl would often sit at his feet, watching intently as he carved intricate patterns into the wood, her wide blue eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fire. But fate, cruel and unyielding, had other plans. A sudden illness swept through their home, claiming her mother's life in the depth of winter when the earth was as cold and unforgiving as the sorrow in their hearts. The warmth of her mother's embrace was replaced by the chill of absence, a void that no amount of love or memory could fill. Her father, once a proud and diligent craftsman, fell into despair. His work suffered, and soon the orders dwindled. Debts piled high, and the family's modest home was sold to repay what they owed. With nowhere else to turn, they moved to a cramped, dark room in the city's poorest district. It was a place where the walls seemed to close in around them, where sunlight barely reached, and the air was thick with the smell of dampness and despair. The little girl's once cherished toys, crafted by her father's loving hands, were sold one by one to buy bread. She watched them disappear with a quiet acceptance, knowing that their loss meant a meal for another day. Her father, though broken in spirit, tried to provide for his daughter. He found work in a factory, laboring long hours in dangerous conditions for meager wages. But the weight of his grief and the grind of poverty took their toll. He grew angry and bitter, his once warm gaze hardening into something distant and cold. His hands, once steady and skilled, now trembled with frustration. When he drank, which was often, his temper flared. The little match girl learned to tread lightly, to read the signs of his moods, and to hide in the shadows when his anger surged. As soon as she was old enough to walk the streets alone, she was sent out to sell matches. It was a simple task, but a grueling one for a child so small. The matches, bundled neatly in paper packets, were carried in a bag slung over her shoulder. Each day she would wake before dawn, her breath forming clouds in the icy air of their tiny room, and set out into the city. Her father's parting words were often harsh. "Don't come back with matches still in that bag, or there'll be no supper for you." The little match girl quickly learned the art of persistence. She would approach strangers with a timid smile, her voice soft and imploring. "Matches, sir? Matches for a penny?" But most people brushed past her without a second glance. Some murmured a curt, "No, thank you," while others ignored her entirely, their eyes fixed straight ahead as though she didn't exist. On rare occasions, someone would take pity on her, pressing a coin into her small, freezing hand, though more often than not, they did so with a look of discomfort, eager to be rid of her presence. Despite the rejections, she clung to hope. She told herself stories as she walked, weaving tales of kind strangers who would one day take her in, feed her warm soup, and tuck her into a soft bed with thick blankets. These stories were her shield against the biting cold and the gnawing hunger that twisted her stomach. She carried them with her, as precious as the matches in her bag. Her days were long and unforgiving, but the nights were often worse. Returning home with too few coins earned her father's wrath. His voice would thunder through the small room, a storm of words that made her shrink into herself. She learned to endure the sharp sting of his anger, the harshness of his reprimands, and the emptiness of a supperless night. When the tears came, She would bury her face in the thin pillow on her cot, muffling her sobs so they wouldn't reach his ears. There were moments, though fleeting, when she caught glimpses of the man her father used to be. On rare evenings, when the workday had gone well, and the weight of grief seemed momentarily lifted, he would sit her on his lap and tell her stories of his own childhood. He spoke of climbing tall trees, swimming in clear streams, and carving his first toy from a fallen branch. In those moments, his voice softened, and his eyes grew distant with the light of memories. The little match girl would listen intently, her head resting against his chest, wishing that the warmth of those stories could linger forever. As the winters grew colder and the city more unforgiving, the little match girl's resilience was tested in ways that no child should endure. She became adept at finding shelter in the harshest conditions, curling up in the corners of doorways or beneath overhanging eaves to shield herself from the snow. Her thin shawl, worn and frayed, did little to protect her from the icy wind, but she clung to it as though it were a lifeline. The matches she carried were not just her livelihood, they were her comfort. On the coldest nights, when her fingers grew too numb to move, she would strike one against a wall to watch its brief, golden glow. For a moment, the warmth would seep into her skin, and the tiny flame would dance like a living thing, filling her with a fleeting sense of hope. She imagined the matches as her friends, their light a reminder that even in the darkest moments there was beauty to be found. Though her life was marked by hardship, the little match girl never lost her sense of wonder. She found beauty in the smallest things, the way snowflakes sparkled like diamonds under the light of a gas lamp, the faint strains of music drifting from a distant window, or the laughter of children playing in the square. These moments, though fleeting, were treasures that she tucked away in her heart. The little match girl's life was a testament to the strength of the human spirit. She was a child, burdened by the weight of a world that had shown her little kindness. Yet she carried herself with a quiet dignity. Her story was one of contrasts, of warmth and cold, hope and despair, love and loss. And though the world around her often seemed indifferent, she faced each day with a courage that belied her small frame, her wide blue eyes searching for the light amidst the darkness. The city hummed with life on Christmas Eve, its streets bustling with activity despite the relentless cold. Snowflakes swirled through the air like tiny dancers, settling on rooftops and gathering in drifts along the cobblestone streets. Gas lamps passed flickering pools of light, their warm glow standing in stark contrast to the chill that crept into every corner. The festive air was palpable. Carolers sang in harmonious voices, their melodies weaving through the streets, and the windows of shops glimmered with ornaments, ribbons, and vibrant displays of seasonal cheer. Amid this cacophony of joy and celebration, the little match girl moved silently, a fragile figure barely noticed by the throngs of well-dressed townsfolk. Her bare feet, already reddened and swollen from the cold, left faint traces of blood on the snowy ground. She wore no coat, only a threadbare dress and a shawl so thin it seemed more suited to a summer breeze than the biting frost. Her small hands clutched a bundle of matches, her last hope of earning enough to bring something, anything, home for the night. "Matches! Matches for sale!" she called out, her voice trembling as much from the cold as from desperation. Her words were drowned out by the laughter and chatter of those who hurried past her, too preoccupied with their own merriment to notice the tiny girl standing in the snow. She tried again, stepping into the path of a gentleman in a tall hat and an elegant overcoat. "Please, sir, would you like to buy some matches?" The man barely glanced at her before brushing past, muttering something under his breath about beggars cluttering the streets. The little match girl stood there for a moment, her shoulders drooping under the weight of his indifference. She tightened her grip on the matches, as if holding them closer might somehow shield her from the harshness of the world. All around her, the city pulsed with life. Horse-drawn carriages clattered over the icy streets, their drivers wrapped in thick woolen cloaks. Children with rosy cheeks and laughter spilling from their lips ran past her, their arms laden with presents tied with bright ribbons. She watched them wistfully, her heart aching not with envy but with longing, a deep yearning for the warmth, the laughter, and the love that seemed to radiate from every corner except her own. The aromas of Christmas wafted through the air, teasing her empty stomach. From the bakeries came the rich scent of fresh bread and sugary confections, their windows displaying cakes adorned with marzipan holly leaves and towers of glazed pastries. Somewhere nearby, the smoky aroma of roasted chestnuts mingled with the scent of spiced cider, warming the hearts of those fortunate enough to afford such indulgences. The little match girl's mouth watered, but she dared not linger too close to the food stalls. The vendors were quick to chase away anyone who couldn't pay. As she made her way through the crowded square, she passed a group of carolers singing by the towering Christmas tree that stood in the center of the plaza. Its branches were heavy with ornaments, strings of golden beads, and candles that flickered like tiny stars. The sight was mesmerizing, and for a moment, the little match girl forgot the cold biting at her toes. She closed her eyes and let the music wash over her, imagining what it might feel like to be one of the children gathered there, wrapped in thick scarves and holding steaming mugs of cocoa. "Move along, girl," barked a gruff voice, jolting her from her daydream. A shopkeeper shooed her away from the entrance of his store, where she had stopped to escape the icy wind. "You're scaring off my customers." She nodded silently and shuffled away, her heart sinking further with each step. The wind seemed to grow colder as night fell, its icy tendrils snaking through the alleys and seeping into her very bones. Her small feet, raw and numb, barely registered the pain anymore. She found herself drawn to the glow of a nearby window, where a family sat around a grand table laden with food. A golden roast goose took center stage, surrounded by bowls of steaming vegetables and platters of glistening fruit. Laughter filled the room, and the faces of the children glowed with happiness as they eagerly unwrapped gifts. The little match girl pressed her nose against the frosted glass, her breath fogging the pain as she stared at the scene with wide, wistful eyes. She could almost feel the warmth of the room, hear the crackle of the fire in the hearth, and taste the richness of the feast. But the glass was an impenetrable barrier, a reminder of the distance between her world and theirs. She stepped back, blinking away the tears that threatened to spill, and continued on her way. As the evening deepened, the streets began to empty. The bustle of the marketplace faded into a quiet stillness, broken only by the occasional jingle of sleigh bells or the soft crunch of snow underfoot. The little match girl wandered aimlessly, her tiny frame growing weaker with each passing moment. She tried to summon the courage to knock on a door, to ask for shelter or a scrap of food, but the fear of rejection held her back. She had grown too accustomed to the cold stares and curt dismissals of strangers. Her fingers, now stiff and purple with cold, clutched the matches more tightly. They were her only possession, her only chance to prove to her father that she was not a failure. The thought of returning home empty-handed filled her with dread. She could already hear his angry voice, feel the sting of his words, and, perhaps worse, his silence. She found herself at the edge of the square, where a narrow alley offered a brief respite from the biting wind. She sank down onto the frozen ground, tucking her legs beneath her and drawing her shawl tightly around her shoulders. The snow fell softly around her, blanketing the world in a deceptive serenity. Her body trembled with cold, and her breath came in shallow, visible puffs. As she sat there, her mind wandered to memories of her mother. She could still recall the softness of her touch, the way her voice had a calming melody that seemed to make the world less frightening. Her mother had always made Christmas special, even when they had little. She would sing carols, bake small treats from whatever ingredients they could afford, and tell stories by the fire. The warmth of those moments felt like a distant dream now, a fragile thread connecting her to a time when life had held more promise. Her stomach growled, the emptiness gnawing at her like a living thing. The matches in her hand felt heavier than ever, their potential warmth and light just out of reach. She stared at them, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. Should she strike one, just to feel the heat for a moment? Or would that be a waste, another failure in a day full of them? The cold pressed in around her, unrelenting and merciless. Her vision blurred, and her small frame seemed to fold in on itself as she curled up against the wall. The world around her grew quieter still, as though the city itself were holding its breath. She was just a small, forgotten figure in the vastness of the winter night. Her struggle unseen and unheard by those who passed her by. But even in the depths of her despair, the little match girl clung to the faintest glimmer of hope. She had faced countless hardships before, and though the night was cruel and unyielding, she would endure it as she always had. The matches in her hand, small and fragile as they were, held the promise of light, of warmth, and of something more, a spark of life in a world that had grown so unbearably cold. The night deepened, and the cold grew sharper, slicing through the little match girl's tattered shawl as if it weren't there at all. She sat, huddled in the shadow of a building, her frail body trembling from the icy air that seemed to seep into her very bones. Around her, the city was quiet now, the festive bustle of the day giving way to the stillness of a snow-covered night. The only sounds were the occasional creak of a carriage wheel in the distance, and the muffled whispers of the wind as it swirled around her. Her small hands, nearly frozen stiff, clutched the matches tightly. The thought of striking one lingered in her mind, a temptation born not of indulgence, but of sheer necessity. Her father's stern voice echoed in her thoughts. Don't waste them. Every match counts. But the cold was unbearable, an unrelenting force that gnawed at her resolve. She could feel it draining the life from her, sapping her strength with every passing moment. At last, desperation overruled caution. She hesitated for only a moment before carefully pulling a match from the bundle. Her fingers, purple and clumsy from the cold, fumbled with the tiny stick. The thought of the warmth it might bring filled her with a fleeting sense of hope. Holding it against the rough wall beside her, she struck it with trembling hands. With a hiss and a spark, the match flared to life, its small flame dancing like a living thing. The sudden burst of light startled her, and she instinctively cupped her hands around it, shielding the fragile glow from the biting wind. In that moment, the warmth bloomed in her palms, spreading across her skin like a comforting embrace. It was as though the match were alive, a tiny sun radiating hope and solace in the middle of a frozen night. As the flame steadied, Its golden glow transformed the darkness around her. The dim, desolate alley faded away, and in its place appeared a vision so vivid, so beautiful, that she could scarcely believe her eyes. Before her, a crackling hearth blazed with life, its orange and red flames leaping and dancing in a comforting rhythm. She could feel the heat radiating from it, warming her cheeks and easing the stiffness in her fingers. The fire seemed almost magical, its warmth seeping into her soul, melting away the icy grip of the night. The room around the hearth began to take shape in her mind's eye. She found herself in a cozy parlor, its walls lined with bookshelves and adorned with cheerful paintings. A thick rug lay on the floor, its intricate patterns illuminated by the flickering firelight. Beside the hearth stood a plush armchair, its cushions invitingly soft, draped with a blanket that seemed to radiate warmth even from a distance. She could almost feel the fabric beneath her fingers, the texture of it a stark contrast to the cold, hard reality of her surroundings. The little match girl's heart swelled with longing as she imagined herself sitting by the fire, her feet tucked beneath her hands wrapped around a steaming mug of cocoa. She could see herself laughing, her cheeks glowing with warmth and happiness, as though the hardships of her life had melted away like snow under the sun. In this vision, she was no longer the frail, shivering child on the streets, but a beloved guest in a home filled with comfort and love. The match burned brighter still, casting long shadows that danced across the walls of her imagined haven. She leaned closer to the flame, her eyes wide with wonder, as if by sheer willpower she could step into the world it had created. The vision seemed so real, so tangible, that she almost forgot the bitter cold that surrounded her. For a fleeting moment, she felt safe, secure, and loved. But all too soon, the match burned down to her fingertips, its tiny flame flickering and sputtering before vanishing into a wisp of smoke. The warm light was gone, and the vision dissolved into darkness, leaving her once again alone in the cold, unforgiving night. The hearth, the parlor, the armchair, everything had been a mirage, a fleeting dream conjured by the fragile glow of a single match. The sudden return to reality hit her like a wave, the cold rushing back in with merciless force. Her hands, now trembling more violently than before, clutched at the empty matchstick, as if holding on to it could somehow bring back the warmth and light. The bitter wind howled through the alley, mocking her moment of respite with its icy touch. The little match girl closed her eyes, her tears freezing against her cheeks. For a brief, wondrous moment, she had escaped her reality, and though it had been short-lived, it had given her something she had almost forgotten, a sense of hope. The memory of the warmth lingered in her mind, a fragile ember that refused to be extinguished. She clung to it, replaying the vision in her thoughts as though it could sustain her through the long, cold night. She looked down at the bundle of matches in her lap, their potential untapped and waiting. She knew they wouldn't last forever. Each one was precious, a fleeting moment of light in a sea of darkness. But the memory of that first match, of the warmth and beauty it had shown her, gave her the courage to strike another. It was a small act of defiance against the cold, a spark of light against the overwhelming darkness. The little match girl took a deep breath and reached for another match, her fingers steady despite the cold. In her heart, she knew that the warmth of the flame, however brief, was worth the cost. For in that fragile light, she had found something no one could take from her, a glimpse of a world where hope, love, and warmth still existed. and in her frozen, trembling hands, she held the power to summon it once more. The little match girl sat in the cold alleyway, her frail body trembling from the relentless chill. Her cheeks were flushed red, not from warmth, but from the bitter frost that gnawed at her skin. Above her, the stars glittered in the clear night sky, their light distant and indifferent. She held her matches tightly, the bundle a lifeline in a world that seemed intent on forgetting her existence. The first match she struck had offered a fleeting moment of warmth and light, a vision so vivid it lingered in her mind even now. She could still feel the imagined heat of the fire, the soft embrace of the chair, the comfort of a world that had melted away as quickly as it had appeared. It was the promise of something more, something better, and though it had vanished, it left her with a yearning that burned brighter than the flame itself. She stared at the bundle of matches in her lap, the urge to strike another building within her like a rising tide. Each match was precious, a lifeline against the cold, and yet the memory of the first vision urged her forward. What harm could it do, she thought, to seek another moment of light in this endless darkness? With trembling hands, she pulled out another match and struck it against the wall. The tiny spark flared to life, and as the flame steadied, the world around her transformed once more. The alley disappeared, and she found herself standing in a grand dining hall. The room was bathed in a warm golden light that seemed to emanate from the very walls, which were adorned with intricate carvings and tapestries, depicting scenes of joy and celebration. A long table stretched before her, its surface laden with a feast so magnificent it took her breath away. There were roasted meats glistening with juices, bowls of steaming vegetables, and freshly baked bread that filled the air with its comforting aroma. Platters of fruit, apples, oranges, grapes, shone like jewels under the light of a glittering chandelier. Cakes and pastries were arranged in towering tiers, their frosting swirled into delicate patterns, and pitchers of cider and wine gleamed like liquid gold. The little match girl stepped forward, her eyes wide with wonder. She could almost taste the richness of the food, feel the warmth of the room enveloping her like a protective cocoon. She imagined herself seated at the table, her plate heaped high with delicacies she had only ever dreamed of. The thought filled her with a happiness so profound it brought tears to her eyes. But as she reached out to touch the table, the flame of the match burned down to her fingertips. The vision wavered, the golden light fading into the harsh darkness of the alley. She was once again cold and hungry, the magnificent feast nothing more than a fleeting dream. Determined to recapture the magic, she struck another match. The flame leapt to life, and with it came a new vision. This time, she stood before a towering Christmas tree that seemed to touch the heavens. Its branches were heavy with ornaments of every shape and color. Glass baubles that sparkled like diamonds, tiny figurines carved with exquisite detail, and garlands of golden ribbon that shimmered in the light. Candles adorned the tree, their flames steady and bright, casting a warm glow that filled the room with a sense of peace and wonder. Beneath the tree were piles of presents wrapped in vibrant paper and tied with satin bows. She could almost hear the rustle of the paper, feel the smoothness of the ribbons under her fingers. Children danced around the tree, their laughter ringing like the sweetest music. They held hands and spun in circles, their faces alight with joy. The little match girl watched them, a smile spreading across her face as she imagined herself among them. her small hands clutching a gift of her own. For a moment, she was no longer an outsider looking in. She was part of the celebration, wrapped in its warmth and love. But just as she began to feel the joy seep into her soul, the match burned out. The tree, the children, the gifts, all vanished, leaving her once again in the cold, empty alley. The next match she struck revealed a vision of a grand cathedral, its soaring arches and stained glass windows illuminated by hundreds of flickering candles. The air was filled with the soft strains of a choir, their voices blending in perfect harmony as they sang hymns of hope and salvation. The sound was so pure, so beautiful, that it brought a lump to her throat. She found herself seated on a wooden pew near the front, the warm glow of the candles bathing her in a light that felt almost holy. The scent of frankincense filled the air, mingling with the faint aroma of wax and pine. Around her, people knelt in prayer, their faces serene and radiant, as if the very presence of the divine filled the room. For the first time in as long as she could remember, the little match girl felt a sense of peace. She closed her eyes and let the music wash over her, the notes wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. In that moment, she felt no hunger, no cold, no pain, only the quiet reassurance that she was not alone, that someone, somewhere, was watching over her. But the match could not burn forever. The vision dissolved, leaving her once again in the harsh reality of the frozen night. The warmth and peace she had felt were gone, replaced by the biting cold and the emptiness of her surroundings. Her fingers, now numb and trembling, fumbled for another match. She struck it quickly, desperate to hold on to the light for just a little longer. This time, the vision that appeared before her was not of a place or a thing, but of a person, a figure she recognized instantly. "Grandmother," she cried, her voice filled with a mixture of joy and disbelief. Her grandmother stood before her, as radiant and kind as she remembered. Her silver hair gleamed in the soft light, and her eyes, so full of love, seemed to see straight into the little match girl's soul. She wore a dress of shimmering fabric that seemed to catch the light in a way that made her glow from within. The little match girl ran to her, throwing her arms around her waist and burying her face in her grandmother's skirts. The warmth of her grandmother's embrace was unlike anything she had ever felt. A deep, unconditional love that seemed to banish all the cold and sorrow from her heart. "My sweet child," her grandmother said, her voice as gentle as a lullaby, "I've been watching over you." The little match girl looked up at her, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Don't leave me, grandmother," she pleaded. "I don't want to be alone." Her grandmother knelt down, cupping the little girl's face in her hands. "You are never alone, my dear. I am always with you, in your heart." The match burned lower, and the little match girl felt a pang of fear. "Don't go," she whispered, her voice trembling. Her grandmother smiled, her expression filled with infinite tenderness. "Light another match," she said softly, "and you will see." The flame flickered and died, and the vision faded. But this time, the little match girl didn't feel the cold quite as sharply. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, giving her the courage to strike another match. When the next match flared to life, the little match girl found herself bathed in a radiant light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. She was no longer in the alley, no longer bound by the cold and the darkness. Instead, she was surrounded by a warmth so profound it felt like being cradled by the very essence of love. Her grandmother stood beside her, holding her hand. Together, they walked toward the light, its brilliance growing brighter with each step. She felt no fear, no hesitation, only an overwhelming sense of peace and belonging. In the distance, she could hear the faint strains of music, a melody so beautiful it brought tears to her eyes. The light enveloped her, filling her with a warmth that erased every trace of the cold she had known. It was as though she had been lifted into a realm beyond pain, beyond hunger, beyond sorrow, a place where she was finally free. As the last match burned out, the visions faded, leaving only the memory of their beauty and the hope they had inspired. The little match girl sat quietly in the snow, her eyes gazing upward at the stars. Though the world around her was dark and cold, she no longer felt alone. She clung to the warmth of her memories, each vision a reminder that there was light even in the darkest of nights. The little match girl sat curled in the snow-covered alley, her small, frail body trembling with the effort of keeping herself upright. The cold had numbed her limbs completely, and the biting wind seemed to have seeped into her very soul. Around her, the city lay silent, its once bustling streets now devoid of life. Only the occasional flicker of a gas lamp and the distant toll of a church bell gave any indication that the world still turned. Her fingers, stiff and purple from the frost, clutched the remaining matches in her lap. Each one represented a fleeting moment of light and warmth, an escape from the darkness and cold that surrounded her. She had struck several already, and each had brought with it visions so vivid, so filled with beauty and love, that they almost felt real. But the cold always returned, harsher and more relentless than before, and the visions faded into the night like dreams upon waking. Now, with only a few matches left, the little match girl hesitated. The cold was pressing in on her, an unrelenting force that seemed intent on snuffing out the fragile spark of life she still clung to. She was so tired of fighting, of hoping, of holding on to a world that had shown her so little kindness. But in the midst of her despair, a small voice within her whispered, "Light another match. There is still warmth, still light, still hope." With trembling hands, she struck the next match. As the match flared to life, the darkness around her was banished, replaced by a radiant glow that seemed to emanate from everywhere at once. The light was warm and golden, and it enveloped her like a tender embrace. It was not like the harsh, flickering flames of the street lamps or the fleeting glow of the matches she had struck before. This light was alive, pulsating with an energy that filled her heart with a sense of peace and belonging. The alley vanished, and she found herself standing in an open meadow bathed in sunlight. The snow was gone, replaced by soft grass that tickled her bare feet. Flowers of every color bloomed around her, their petals glistening as if they had been kissed by morning dew. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of birdsong. A soft breeze brushed against her cheeks, warm and soothing, carrying with it the promise of something more, a world beyond pain and sorrow. Before her, a figure appeared, stepping out of the light with a grace that took her breath away. It was her grandmother. "Grandmother!" the little match girl cried, her voice filled with a mixture of joy and disbelief. Her grandmother smiled, her face radiant with love. She looked exactly as the little girl remembered, kind eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages, a warm smile that could light up even the darkest room, and hands that had once cradled her so gently. But there was something more now, an ethereal glow that surrounded her, as though she were part of the light itself. "My sweet child," her grandmother said, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "I've been waiting for you." The little match girl ran to her, throwing her arms around her grandmother's waist. She buried her face in the soft fabric of her gown, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt truly safe. Her grandmother's arms wrapped around her, warm and strong, and the little girl felt all the fear, all the pain, all the cold melt away in her embrace. "Don't leave me," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Please don't leave me." Her grandmother knelt down, cupping the little girl's face in her hands. "I am here now, and I will never leave you again," she said softly. "You are safe with me." The little match girl looked into her grandmother's eyes and saw a depth of love and understanding that filled her with a peace she had never known. It was as though all the hurt and hardship of her life had been washed away, replaced by the warmth and light of her grandmother's presence. Hand in hand, they began to walk through the meadow. The little match girl's bare feet no longer ached. Instead, they felt light and strong, as though the burdens of her earthly life had been left behind. The light ahead of them grew brighter and warmer, and the air was filled with a melody so beautiful it brought tears to her eyes. It was a song without words, a harmony of voices and instruments that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of her soul. As they walked, the little match girl noticed others joining them. Figures emerged from the light, each one radiating a love and peace that matched her grandmother's. They smiled at her, their faces kind and welcoming, as though they had been waiting just for her. Among them, she recognized people she had loved and lost. Her mother, whose gentle touch she still remembered, and even her baby brother, whom she had never met but had heard stories about. He reached for her hand, his tiny fingers curling around hers, and she felt her heart swell with a love so pure it was almost overwhelming. They walked together toward the source of the light, which now filled the entire horizon. The closer they got, the more the little match girl felt the warmth and peace seep into every corner of her being. She was no longer cold, no longer hungry, no longer alone. The pain and suffering of her earthly life seemed like a distant memory, replaced by a joy so profound it felt as though her heart might burst. At last, they reached the gates. They were not gates in the traditional sense. There was no iron, no stone, no imposing structure. Instead, the gates were made of light, their form shifting and shimmering like the surface of a still pond kissed by the sun. Beyond them lay a realm so beautiful, so filled with love and wonder that it defied description. The little match girl hesitated, her small hand tightening around her grandmother's. "Am I allowed to go there?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Her grandmother knelt beside her, brushing a strand of golden hair from her face. "This place was made for you, my sweet child," she said. "It is where you belong." "But I didn't sell the matches," the little girl whispered, her eyes brimming with tears. "I failed." Her grandmother shook her head, her smile filled with infinite tenderness. "You have done nothing wrong," she said. "Your life was filled with challenges, but you faced them with courage and kindness. That is what matters." The little match girl looked up at her grandmother, her heart filled with a sense of acceptance and love she had never known. Together, they stepped through the gates. As they entered, the light surrounded her completely, filling her with a warmth that went beyond the physical. It was a warmth of the soul, a feeling of being utterly and completely loved. The little match girl felt herself transformed. No longer was she the frail, shivering child from the streets. She was whole, radiant, and free. The world around her was a place of unimaginable beauty. Rolling hills stretched out before her, covered in flowers that seemed to glow from within. Rivers of crystal-clear water flowed gently through the landscape, their surfaces shimmering like diamonds. The air was filled with the laughter of children and the sound of music, a symphony of joy that never ceased. The little match girl turned to her grandmother, her face alight with wonder. "Is this heaven?" she asked. Her grandmother nodded, her eyes shining with love. "Yes, my darling, this is home." The little match girl smiled, her heart finally at peace. She was home, surrounded by love, warmth, and light. A place where the cold and hunger of her earthly life could never touch her again. In the cold light of dawn, the city awoke to find the little match girl curled in the alley, her small frame still and lifeless. The snow had settled gently on her, covering her like a fragile blanket. Her face, though pale, bore a peaceful expression, as though she had found something far greater than the struggles of the world she had left behind. The townsfolk who found her whispered among themselves, some shedding tears, others shaking their heads in regret. "Poor child," one man said softly. "She must have been so cold." But the little match girl was no longer cold, no longer hungry, no longer alone. She had found her light, her warmth, her home. And though her earthly life had ended, her story lived on, a reminder of the power of hope, love, and the enduring light that shines even in the darkest of nights. The first light of dawn crept over the city, painting the snow-covered rooftops in hues of pale gold and soft pink. The streets were still quiet, the festive chaos of Christmas Eve replaced by a serene stillness. The occasional jingle of a bell or the crunch of boots on the frozen ground signaled the beginning of a new day. But for one small figure curled in the shadow of an alley, the morning brought no warmth, no awakening, no future. The little match girl sat motionless, her body still and fragile like a porcelain doll left out in the cold. Her thin, worn dress clung to her frame, and her tattered shawl was draped over her as if to shield her from the night's relentless frost. Snow had settled gently on her golden hair, glistening like tiny diamonds in the soft morning light. Her bare feet, red and raw, were tucked beneath her as though she had tried to preserve what little warmth she had left. Her small hands, once trembling with desperation, now rested in her lap, clutching the spent matchsticks. The faintest trace of a smile lingered on her lips, a peaceful expression that seemed out of place against the starkness of her surroundings. It was as though she had found some solace, some light in the final moments of her life. As the city began to stir, the first to notice her were a pair of street sweepers making their rounds. They paused when they saw her, their movements slowing as the reality of what lay before them sank in. One of them, an older man with a weathered face and kind eyes, knelt beside her. "She's just a child," he murmured, his voice thick with sorrow. He reached out, gently brushing the snow from her hair. The other man, younger and less accustomed to such sights, looked away, his jaw tightening as he fought back tears. "She must have frozen to death during the night," the younger man said quietly. "Didn't anyone see her? Didn't anyone care?" The older man shook his head, his expression grim. People walk past without looking, lad. They don't want to see. It's easier that way. Word of the little match girl's death spread quickly. Soon, a small crowd had gathered, their faces a mixture of sadness, pity, and guilt. Men and women in heavy coats and warm scarves stared down at her with wide eyes, their expressions betraying the uncomfortable realization that they had likely passed her by the day before, too consumed with their own affairs to notice her plight. A woman in a fine fur coat clutched her gloved hands to her mouth, her eyes filling with tears. "I saw her yesterday," she whispered to no one in particular. "She asked if I wanted to buy a match, but I didn't stop." Nearby, a man carrying a basket of bread looked down at the little girl with a furrowed brow. "She couldn't have been more than 8 or 9, he said, his voice tinged with regret. "Just a child out in the cold. How did we let this happen?" Among the onlookers, someone noticed the burnt matchsticks scattered around her. They bent down to pick one up, turning it over in their fingers as though it might offer some clue to the child's final moments. "She must have been lighting them to keep warm," the person said softly. Another observer, an elderly woman wrapped in a heavy shawl, knelt beside the little girl and clasped her hands together in prayer. "Poor thing," she murmured. "She must have been so desperate, so alone." The spent matches, small and insignificant as they seemed, became a poignant symbol to those gathered. They were a testament to her struggle, her attempt to hold on to hope and light in a world that had given her so little. Each burned-out stick spoke of her courage, her resilience, and the fleeting moments of warmth she had managed to create in the face of overwhelming cold. The crowd that had gathered was silent for a moment, the weight of what they had witnessed settling over them like a heavy blanket. For some, the little match girl's death was a sobering reminder of their own indifference. They thought of the warm homes they had returned to, the feasts they had shared, and the gifts they had unwrapped, all while a child had frozen to death on their streets. Others felt a pang of shame, not only for what they had failed to do, but for the world they lived in. A world where a child could be left to fend for herself on a freezing winter night. They wondered how many others like her had been overlooked, forgotten, or ignored in the shadows of their city. A man in a fine coat stepped forward, removing his hat and holding it against his chest. "We must do better," he said, his voice firm but sorrowful. "For her, and for all the others who have no one to care for them." His words seemed to ignite something in the crowd. People began to speak quietly among themselves, pledging to take action, to help those in need, to ensure that no one else would face the same fate as the little match girl. It was a small gesture, born of guilt and grief, but it was a beginning. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the little match girl's body was gently lifted and carried away. Her passing became a story told throughout the city, a tale of tragedy that stirred hearts and inspired change. People who had once turned a blind eye to the suffering around them began to act, opening their homes and their hearts to those in need. Churches and charities redoubled their efforts, ensuring that food, warmth, and shelter were available to the most vulnerable. Though she had been small and voiceless in life, the little match girl's death left a profound impact on those who learned of her story. She became a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, a single spark of light could inspire change. Her matches, burned and spent, had not been in vain. They had lit a fire in the hearts of those who had once looked away. In the quiet of the evening, as the city prepared for another cold night, the stars began to appear in the darkening sky. Among them, a single star shone brighter than the rest, its light steady and pure. Those who looked up at it that night felt a sense of peace, as though the little match girl's spirit were watching over them, her light guiding them toward a kinder, more compassionate world. And so, though the little match girl had left the earth, her story lived on, a testament to the enduring power of hope, the importance of kindness, and the light that can be found even in the coldest and darkest of nights. The story of the little match girl did not end with her passing. Though she left the world quietly, unnoticed by most during her life, her death became a spark that ignited a change in the hearts of those who learned of her fate. Her fragile body, curled in an alley on a snowy Christmas morning, was a haunting image that lingered in the minds of the townsfolk, compelling them to reflect on their own actions, or inactions. In the days that followed, the little match girl's story spread through the city like a winter wind, touching every corner, from the grand estates of the wealthy to the modest homes of the working class. People spoke of her with hushed voices, their words tinged with sorrow and guilt. For many, her death was a mirror reflecting their own indifference. The realization that a child had suffered so greatly, so close to their warm hearths and abundant tables, weighed heavily on their consciences. The matchsticks she had clutched became a poignant symbol, a reminder of her fleeting moments of warmth and light in a world that had been so cruelly cold. The image of her sitting alone in the snow, lighting one match after another to create small pockets of hope, resonated deeply. It was as if, in her final moments, she had illuminated not just the darkness of her surroundings, but the darkness within the hearts of those who had overlooked her. The mayor of the city, a man known more for his political ambitions than his compassion, was among those moved by her story. He stood before the city council and declared, "No child in our city should ever face such a fate again. We have failed her, but we must not fail others." His words were met with solemn nods and murmurs of agreement, and plans were quickly set into motion. The townspeople decided to honor the little match girl with a memorial. At the center of the bustling square where she had once tried to sell her matches, a statue was erected, a delicate bronze figure of a young girl holding a match, its flame immortalized in glowing amber. The base of the statue bore an inscription, "In memory of the little match girl, whose light shines eternal. May we never forget the least among us." The statue became a place of reflection, where townsfolk would pause to lay flowers, light candles, or simply stand in quiet contemplation. During the harsh winters, the statue was adorned with scarves, gloves, and hats, left by compassionate strangers for those in need. It became not just a memorial, but a beacon of kindness, a reminder to care for the most vulnerable among them. Inspired by her story, the people of the city began to take meaningful action. Churches and community leaders organized food drives, ensuring that no one would go hungry during the bitter winter months. Shelters were established to provide warmth and safety for the homeless, and volunteers worked tirelessly to offer assistance to families in need. Among those who stepped forward to help was the baker, whose shop the little match girl had passed on Christmas Eve. He began setting aside a portion of his bread each day, giving it freely to those who could not afford it. "No one should go hungry," he said simply, his eyes shadowed with regret. His small act of generosity inspired others, and soon other merchants followed suit, donating food, clothing, and supplies. The wealthy, who had once lived in isolation from the struggles of the poor, began opening their eyes to the world beyond their grand homes. One prominent family turned their spacious carriage house into a school for underprivileged children, offering them not only education, but also meals and warm clothing. The lady of the house, who had once hurried past the little match girl without a second glance, was often seen there, helping the children learn to read and write. The legacy of the little match girl extended beyond her own lifetime, touching the lives of children who might have shared her fate. In the years that followed, many of those children grew up to become leaders and advocates for social change. They carried with them the memory of the girl whose life had been cut short, using her story as a call to action. One such child was a boy who had often seen the little match girl selling her wares, but had never dared speak to her. He grew up to become a teacher, dedicating his life to helping impoverished children find opportunities and hope. She deserved so much more, he often told his students, and so do you. Another was a girl who had once played by the towering Christmas tree in the square, unaware of the small figure watching from the shadows. As an adult, she became a writer, penning stories that highlighted the struggles of the forgotten and the voiceless. Her most famous work was a tale of a little match girl who lit the world with her courage, a story that brought tears to readers far and wide. Though the little match girl's life had been filled with hardship, her story became a source of hope and inspiration. Her matches, small and fragile as they were, had ignited something far greater than warmth. They had sparked a movement, a collective awakening that changed the city forever. Each year on Christmas Eve, the townsfolk gathered at her statue to remember her. They sang carols, shared stories, and lit matches in her honor, their tiny flames a symbol of her enduring light. Children were taught her story as a lesson in kindness and compassion, and families made it a tradition to give to those in need during the holiday season. The little match girl's memory became a guiding star, reminding people of the importance of seeing those who might otherwise be invisible. Her life, though short, had left an indelible mark on the hearts of those who had once walked past her without a second thought.